short while. So all the members who are outside this hall, I request them to kindly come inside and so we are so fortunate to have all our dignitaries here with us, sparing their valuable time for us. I request everyone to kindly get your hands together for all the dignitaries. A big round of applause, everyone. I request everyone to kindly settle down, please. And we are so fortunate to have all the dignitaries sparing their valuable time for us. So, a very good morning to all of you. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. A very hearty welcome to all of you present here in this beautiful, lovely morning at the National Conclave on Technical Textile Protech, jointly organized by Northern India Textile Research Association and Indian Technical Textile Association under the banner of National Technical Textile Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Technical textiles are an important part of the textile industry and its potential is still largely untapped in India. There has been an increase in the segments and of course, if you talk about the investments, so there has been an increase in the investments in India's technical textile industry. The segments that have attached relatively high investor interest in Meditech, Protech, Mobile Tech and Geotech, out of which we'll be talking about Protech today. Importance of Protech and its benefits will be discussed in details today during the panel discussion, which will be held in 3 sets by almost 17 speakers from diverse fields, including manufacturing, defense forces, and corporate entrepreneurs. So let's begin our today's program. And for the same, I would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. I request our chief guest, Ms. Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, please, everyone. I request our guest of honor, Mr. Rajiv Saxena, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Loud applause, please. I request our guest of honor, Ms. Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, please, everybody. I request Mr. Rajkumar Jain, Chairman, Nitra, MD, Zonek Knitting Machine Private Limited, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, everybody. I request Mr. Amit Agrawal, Chairman, ITA, CTM Technical Textiles Limited, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, everyone. I request Dr. Arindam Basu, Director General, Nitra, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, everybody. And I also request Dr. Anup Rakshit, Executive Director, ITA, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, everybody. And to begin our today's program, we all know that the beginning of any particular occasion or any particular program is done by the lighting of lamp, as the word deep reminds us of source of light and the word shikha reminds us of pinnacle of knowledge. Together it is deep shikha. And for the same, I request our dignitaries to kindly move forward for lamp lighting ceremony. अंधकार को दूर करके रोशनी की ओर बढ़ना, उसे कहते हैं द्वीप प्रज्वलन, या ये कहा जाता है कि पूरे माहौल को प्रकाशमय करना, अज्ञानता को दूर करना और ज्ञान की ओर अग्रसर होना. So it's a time for the lamp lighting ceremony by our dignitaries, sparing their valuable time for us. A big round of applause, everyone. इस शुभ मौके में शुभ हाथों से शुभ द्वीप प्रज्वलन। So loud applause, please, everyone from all sides. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for this lovely lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request them to kindly be seated. And I would now like to request Dr. Arindam Basu, Director General NITRA, to please come forward for welcome address. Loud applause, please, everyone.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, guest, delegate. Very good morning. Today we are going to arrange a program, National Conclave on Technical Textiles Protech. I first welcome our chief guest, Madam Rachna Shah, Secretary Textiles, and we are very happy that she has consented to be able to present here despite his busy schedule. So thank you, ma'am, for coming over here, and we are eagerly waiting to hear from you regarding textile policy and other things. Then I, of course, welcome Mr. Rajiv Saxena, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, who is always with us in helping us in technical textiles and R&D section. So welcome, sir. Then Madam Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner. She has been also fully supportive to industry as well as all R&D institutes. So, Madam, you are welcome here. Sri Rajkumar Jain, Chairman of NITRA. We are thankful to him because he has agreed to come and join this inaugural program. Welcome, sir. Then Mr. Amit Agarwal, Chairman, ITTA. We know him that from the beginning he has been active in Indian Technical Textile Associations, and all the time, whenever we need some suggestions, we ask him and he gives help us. So welcome, sir. And I think we welcome all these speakers, delegates, and all the chairpersons, these moderators for this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arindam Basu. And now it's a time to honor all our dignitaries. I request Shri Rajkumar Jain ji to kindly honor our chief guest, Ms. Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, by presenting a shawl. Loud applause, please. I request Mr. Amit Agarwal to kindly honor Mr. Rajiv Saxena, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, by presenting the shawl. Loud applause, please. I request Dr. Arindam Basu to kindly honor Ms. Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, by presenting the shawl. Loud applause, please. More louder. Thank you so much. Dear all, we have here with us Chairman NITRA, MD, Zonek Knitting Machine Private Limited, Mr. Rajkumar Jain. He's the Managing Director of Zonek Knitting Machines Private Limited. He's a qualified engineer from Delhi, having practical training on circular knitting machines at various European and Asian machine manufacturer facilities. Being an engineer himself, Mr. Rajkumar Jain remains updated and fully aware of the global technological advancement happening from time to time. As a result of this, his brand Bonjour has become a trendsetter when it comes to new innovations. I would now like to request Shri Rajkumar Jain ji to kindly come forward and address the audience. Loud applause, please.
Respected Madam Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Textiles, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Shri Rajiv Saxena ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles. Srimati Roop Rashi ji, Textile Commissioner. Shri Amit Agarwal, Chairman, ITA, and Dr. Aridhanam Basu, Director General, NITRA. Learned panelists and speakers from various defense wings and industries. Distinguished delegates and invitees present here, a very good morning to you all. Friends, we all know that technical textiles are textile materials used for their technical performances and functional properties. Hence, it has become an important part of the textile industry for about 2 decades now. However, even today, its potential is largely untapped in India. The market for technical textiles is expanding as the products are being put to use by an ever-increasing number of end users in various industries such as protective wear, agriculture, construction, healthcare, transportation, packaging, sports, environmental protection, and more. Furthermore, with the increase in disposable income, the consumption of technical textiles is expected to increase even in retail household in the near future. It is a matter of great satisfaction that the Ministry of Textiles has launched many schemes for growth and development of technical textiles, such as PLI scheme, PM Mitra scheme, National Textile Mission, the formation of NTTM, National Technical Textile Mission, is a striking example of that. In fact, we are very much grateful to NTTM for their encouragement and support to host today's National Conclave on technical textiles, with specific focus on protective textiles. The technical textiles industry is also very happy that the Government of India is aggressively promoting ingenious manufacture of technical textiles to exploit the global opportunities and cater to the domestic demand as well. Today, being the chairman of NITRA, I am happy to inform you that Ministry of Textiles has designated NITRA as Center of Excellence for protective textiles and automotive textiles, with providing infrastructure for developing expertise and technical capability for quality evaluation, product development, and knowledge dissemination in the field of protective textiles, a major segment of technical textiles. Similarly, to live up to the government's trust, NITRA scientists have also come up with many innovative products in this domain, such as military and paramilitary uniforms made from NICO, cut-resistant gloves from composite metallic yarn, and development of fabric for stab-resistant vest, lightweight firefighter suit, protective workwear for cement workers, to name a few. As a result of this tireless effort by NITRA, today we have a basket of satisfied clients such as Indian Navy, BSF, NDRF, CRPF, Indian Oil, Indian Railways, and many more. In addition to the conducting research, NITRA also provides necessary facilities and technical expertise to encourage the entrepreneurs for testing new ideas and technologies, and thereby contributing significantly to the development of technical textile industry in India. I also foresee the great export potential in the in the made in India technical textiles. In fact, the quantity which could be used for the domestic purposes, we being a tropical country, so we have a specifically less number of colder regions, but the export potential, if the products are developed very well, is huge, even much larger than the domestic consumption. And I'm sure that made in India effort of this, with what the intent of our Textile Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, what I could see in a meeting last week, is that we have to come up to the world's level and replace the existing manufacturers with the Indian manufacturers. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I must say that today's National Conclave on Technical Textiles, Protech, is a perfect platform for delegates to become familiar with cutting-edge technologies of technical textiles developed across the world and available in India. This conclave exhibition aims to introduce to the industry the major technological breakthrough that has taken place in this sector by virtue of presentation and deliberation by researchers and industry professionals. This conclave also provides a great opportunity for technical textile manufacturers to showcase and talk about their products to national and international market. I'm sure all stakeholders will be benefited from today's conclave. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajkumar Jain. Dear all, we have here with us Mr. Amit Agrawal. He's the Chairman and Managing Director of CTM Technical Textile Limited, a company focusing agrotech and geotech segments of the technical textiles. He's presently serving as the Chairman of Indian Technical Textile Association and has been instrumental in many policy initiative of the Government of India, Ministry of Textile. I request Mr. Amit Agrawal to kindly come forward for the presentation. Loud applause, please.
Good morning, Madam. Respected Mrs. Shah, respected our GS, Ruprashi Madam, respected Ma'am, Chairman NITRA, Director General NITRA, friends from the industry, my respected Kothari Sir, Ministry, interministerial delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Ma'am, I would like to give you a brief outlay about the Protech in specific, what exactly, I met you the other day and we discussed about the complete 13 sectors of technical textiles and stuff like that. But today we are targeting to talk specifically on Protech, and I will run through the whole subject matter of what Protech is all about, where are we at this point in time, and whom do we look at to benchmark us as far as we are concerned. So I'm not going to be specifically on the subject matter of the product, but I'm talking about the overview. Next slide, please. So I can do it from, yeah. So this specifically, this slide talks about where we are in terms of our thing, like for example, the US and the Europe. These are basically the low growth areas in terms of their economic growth, 30% population, and the rest of the bottom, the other bottom, I talk about the growth. Economic growth is much higher, where we have a 70% of the population. On the right side, we see that there is a stronger standards, stricter compliances in these countries, US and Europe, whereas there is very lenient standards and voluntary compliances. Whatever the industry does is okay. So we are voluntary complying countries, and that is where we are at this point in time. The majorly what we talk about when we talk of hazards is fire, electric arc, health, molten metal, chemical, biological hazards, accidents, cuts, etc. So different, when we talk about protective textile, it is not only about fire, because whenever we talk of protective textile, we think about the fire, and that's what comes into our mind. But these are the very, very different areas which I think are, of importance. I'm trying to compare the US because that's the economy to study because they are much ahead of us in terms of their standard compliances, etc. So this slide just talks about, where we are in terms of the US, 150 billion US dollar is the cost of insurance, what they paid. These are the statistics by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Census of the fatal occupational injuries. They talk about the injury which was more than 800 people and more than 100,000 people who were due to death in terms of the safety and this occupational hazards. And this is the benchmark that even today with such a high safety standards, etc. in this country, when I say US, it is more from the context of the developed countries. So they're spending this huge amount of money. So for advanced and developed countries like US, if this is the cost, then what for us? So this again slides talk about what are the 5 major areas and what are the 5 major causes. So we talk about the motor vehicles, the fire, the fall, slip, trip, caught in the machine, struck by object. There are 5 causes. On the right side, we pay what is the nature. You have the fractures, the burns, the infections, the amputations, etc. And which part of the body. So it is the head, the neck, multiple body part, leg, hip, thighs, etc. And which are the 5 most segments which are the compensating industry. So we talk about the building and construction, the B&C, the transportation, mining, manufacture and agriculture. These are the 5 most compensating industry for the hazards, the protective textile being used. What is the Indian scenario? 5 करोड़ लोग इंडिया के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के अंदर हैं जो लोग की प्रोटेक्शन चाहते हैं और इक्विवेलेंट अमाउंट ऑफ पीपल देयर विच आर इन अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कफोर्स and their hazards are ever increasing. There is new additions of new hazards. Fire protection, as I said earlier, is perceived to be the only focus area. But the time has come to look beyond this fire protection, as this is still the driving force, but we have to catch up with the other hazard which is already there. A few examples of what we are doing in terms of these hazards are electric power, radiation, biological hazards, pollution hazards, etc., etc. So these are the new hazards, which we have to look at in terms of other than the fire thing. The different types of what the protective garment looks like for the August gathering. Normal electric rated garments, how does it look like? Whenever we talk of PPE, we always come to that medical textile ka PPE always come to our mind, but PPE is protective personal equipment which is not only for the medical but for so many other industry. Could be chemical, could be n number of industry. Aluminum, for example, aluminum plant. There is so much huge electricity, the temperature is so high when the worker is working in front of that aluminum furnace. That is where he needs the PPE, that is the personal protective equipment. So these are the different examples. It is used in the cement, it is used for molten metal, electric arc, fire-resistant chemical and gas protection suits, liquid chemical splash suits, etc., etc. Protective wear for the defense. I can see people from defense also here. So this is where, there is some kind of a defense textile, protective textile, somewhere it is merging, because on one side we say protective textile also used in defense, and we also have the defense textile also into defense textile. So somewhere we have a common area when we talk about the defense textile specifically as far as protective textile is concerned. So where are we in terms of the comparison? The comparison is the United States, the countries, developed countries are the largest consumer of the personal protective equipment, and we have the limited standards. When I talk of limited standard is, today BIS has already published 74 standards under the BIS, the Ministry of the Manek Bhavan. Dr. Mr. J.K. Gupta ji is here with us, knowing us for the last so many years in textile department and helping us to do the standards. But the point is how many number of companies are taking the standards. So one aspect is to prepare the standards. So there's a group of people preparing the standards, then the industry has to take the standards. And then the next step goes, the industry using those materials. Ultimately, the growth of the industry, of the textile industry will happen when the user industry will use it. So that is where the mandation comes into the play, that how can we mandate use of technical textile protective garmenting, and that is where the interministerial effort that the Ministry of Textile is doing, where we are asking them to mandate the use of these textile materials so that it could be used as a mandate, not willingly or voluntarily. So that's the aspect of this particular subject. So even being the most safer place to work, the US spends more than $150 billion per year, and whereas in our country we have a lenient legislation, inadequate and voluntary compliances, and so the number I already mentioned about the huge number of organized and unorganized workers into this kind of position. And that is where we need a higher compliances and higher this thing. New hazards, as I already mentioned, energy transmission, radiation energy, poor air quality, poor water quality, chemical and biological exposure, extreme climatic conditions, and the different. So who is paying this price for these insurances, these issues? We as ITA is focused, our member companies are into the protective areas, and this year particularly we have tried to focus on joining hands with the COEs to disseminate this information and the knowledge about the protective textile and back to back with the other specific segments of technical textiles, so that we can disseminate this information and get them up and running. And you as the Ministry of Textiles, we can post this program, we can prepare a few points which we think are important for the industry to take forward. This is all from my side. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Agrawal, for such an informative presentation. Dear all, we have here with us Ms. Roop Rashi. She is Textile Commissioner. She belongs to 1994 batch of IA and AS. She was the Director General Audit with the Office of Comptroller and Auditor General of India prior to joining the Ministry of Textiles. As Textile Commissioner, her effort has been to strengthen the textile value chain, strengthening credit flow for enhancement of technological capacities in this wide MSME-driven sector, bringing collaboration among various segments of value chain. I request ma'am to kindly come forward to share the valuable thoughts with all the lovely members present out here. A big round of applause, please. Simran.
Thank you, Simran. Respected Secretary Textiles, Madam Rachna Shah, ma'am, my colleague Shri Rajiv Saxena ji, Dr. Gowda, Director for National Technical Textile Mission, Shri Rajkumar, Dr. Basu, Anil Agrawal ji, Dr. Rakshit, our partners from FICCI, and all the user industry departments which are with us today to deliberate during this day-long conference on Protech. It's my privilege that I am sharing the dais with ma'am. Ma'am, I thank you for gracing the occasion for this niche segment which we have been trying at different levels to support and kind of handhold, as we say. Now, before coming to exactly Protech, I would just like to give few figures to put ourselves in the perspective as a whole, as an industry, and wherein I consider that this is a very niche segment. Today, India is cited by Morgan Stanley, not by government statistics, as $3.4 trillion industry, poised to become 8 trillion industry by 8 trillion economy by 2032. McKinsey considers that this is not only the decade of India, this is going to be the century of India. I'm sure some friends who were with me in the NITRA conference, in the CITRA conference would have heard this, that 2047, we look at India housing more than about 1/5 of the world's working population. Now, in this context, anything which is so niche as Protech, I expect that we need to develop it, and it is rightly that today Technical Textile Mission as well as the next Textile is looking at envisioning India at 2047. So all these go into when we look at the way the fintech space is evolving. Today, 40%, interestingly, this was a reading I was having, 40% of the market has equity from the retail investor. So one can look at the kind of credit flow which is possible for any industry. RBI has given us digital currency with T plus 0 settlements, international settlements from B2B. And this particular industry would have much more B2B and international collaborations. So I'm sure industry is looking forward to kind of dividends that will come from this kind of macroeconomic shift. And herein, Protech by default remains an area we should work to so that we can enhance. It is by default, it is going to fulfill the vision of Industry 4.0. And as of now, all of us know, others have already talked, so I will not talk about that, but I'll just try to underline few things that government had, Ministry of Textiles had considered that this is going to be the niche growth area, even with the first mission, with NITRA becoming the Center for Excellence for Protech. As on date, we did try to resolve the issues of credit flow to the sector. Just to count few figures, ma'am, which gives us the little confidence in resolving a lot of issues because it's a new niche segment. So we have been able to support about 534 specific units in these domains with a investment which we have garnered is about 4,243 crore, and the subsidy support to these units is 396.42 crore. Why I'm citing it, it was not conventional. So it was very difficult to enable an incentive mechanism in technical textiles. I, at this point, would like to thank Anil ji, Dr. Rakshit, and a lot of other academia who helped us find solution to help investment flow in the Protech segment. All of us know that we have been doing a lot of effort, a lot of interministerial support is there to create the demand pull. Thankful to the user industries who are taking cognizance of the potential of technical textiles, which is also one of the major PLI plank. And for that, we have developed and helped supported the HSN product, HSN codes, etc. The 8 areas, dedicated work is being done on bulletproof jackets, fire retardant apparel, fire retardant fabrics, of course, focus remains on fire, high altitude clothing, high visibility clothing, industrial gloves, nuclear biological protective clothing, and chemical protective clothing. So though traditionally we consider all the technical textiles in different segments, but of course there is overlap because finally it is to protect humanity in their specific domain, in their work domain, as well as wherever they are operating. Now, for Army, I would just like to say that second thing which we need to do, and in that line, this particular conclave really, I hope, throws up a lot of synergies, is how do we bring in a lot of R&D institutions with outcome orientation, since now NTTM is poised to look at also machine support to the machinery manufacturing. I would share that I did meet some professor from not from IIT, because IIT definitely remains our focus, but they have now a patent wherein one can charge a battery drawing from radio waves from environment. Of course, it's a research product which has been granted a patent. And of course, there are research levels before it can become an application. But when I looked at it, from my understanding, I just thought that could be such a savior for our armed forces, wherein we lose the signal, we lose the touch. So if we can develop an application, kind of bring it, factor it in the clothing, and which can recharge on itself. We don't need to carry another battery or anything. So the connectivity for our people who are far flung in the borders with their mainstream can be done. Now, these are the things which one expects any of these conclaves, these unsung heroes somewhere, wherever, can be brought in together, and we could have industry interest there. I'm sure government in various arms would synergize its efforts to support any of the initiative which support India in this specific segment, as well as Indians who are going to be the most important demographic power in this century, Today, that's why, Madam, we had requested that in G20 conferences, I had sent a letter also, that though, of course, we are very, very proud of our traditional textiles, we would like to showcase in some of the places wherever there is a discussion relating to, say, medical or Protech or anything, defense, if we could showcase what are our strengths, and also as part of the displays which would be on the sidelines of the G20. With these few words, I would wish all of you all the best for the conference, and I thank once again the organizers to call me, though I have been part of the whole journey, ma'am. We have about 46 patents across various R&D products in the previous mission. And one of them I was very happy to see has been commercialized also, done by Nitra, is the protective clothing where the weight has been reduced from 5 kg to 2.5 kg. Ma'am, that's such a significant change which we are seeing coming from indigenous resources. So we have the confidence that the industry can match up to the expectation of Honorable Prime Minister as well as expectations of India at large. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, dear ma'am, for such wonderful words. Dear members, we have here with us Mr. Rajiv Saxena. He is a BE Civil and MTech Structural Engineering from IIT Delhi. He served in Indian Railway Store Services and presently is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. In the past, he worked in Western Railways and North Central Railways in Railway Board as Director. I request Mr. Rajiv Saxena to please come forward for giving presentation on NTTM. Loud applause, please, everyone.
Good morning, namaskar. Secretary Textiles, Rajna Shah ma'am, and all dignitaries on dais, Mr. Jain, Mr. Basu, Ruprasi ma'am, Mr. Rakshit, and Mr. Agarwal. So, many things has been said by previous speakers, and also I welcome the delegates from the industry, from the user department, ministries, and our research bodies, scientists, all communities are here. So basically, 2-3 months back, when I visited Nutra at Ghaziabad, so I had a talk with Mr. Basu and Mr. Parmar, why can't we have a conclave on protected textiles? This is a very important area which need to be developed in India. So I am happy that they have taken up this challenge, and so we are having this national conclave. And ITA is also actively participated in bringing all of us together so that we can have a meaningful discussion and something will come out. I will give a brief about what our ministry is doing. Next slide, please. In this regard, I think Ruprasi madam and our previous speakers have already spoken how India is poised to grow. I will bring this fact to the notice of the audience that in India, technical textiles contribute only 8 to 9% of all textiles, while in developed world it varies from 30 to 70%. Like in USA, it is almost touching 70%. Their normal clothing is also technical textile. It means athleisure. They don't wear this cotton, and all. Majority of them are going for technical textiles. So if we have to be a developed world, we have to think over technical textiles at the same time preserving our strength in handloom, traditional fibers like cotton, jute, and wool. Next, one thing is the growth rate, as you can say, is around 10% for us as compared to the other world. But this is with the rider that our base is too small, so we should not feel very happy that our growth rate is quite high. Next slide. In technical textiles, there are 12 segments, out of which protective textiles is one of the segment. So I'm not going into detail what technical textiles are and different segments are, because after this presentation, we have prepared a film on protective textiles and technical textiles that will be self-explanatory. So I will not spend much time on this. So we'll go to next slide. Here you can say, Mr. Agarwal, I think, has covered what are the different items and that protective textiles are, and India, in which areas India we are having the strengths. As you see that high altitude clothing constitute around 30% of overall consumption. So we are not thinking beyond bulletproof jackets, high altitude clothing, fire. However, its applications are in all the areas, almost all the industry, agriculture sector. Everybody is requiring some type of protective clothing, because farmers also need some protection while working in the field, chemical industry, and the workers working in the electric field, in workshop, factories, everywhere protective textiles is required. So we have to think in the areas which are not covered so far. Next slide. These are some of the examples in which, besides our defense forces, police forces, and all other areas where it can be used. Next one. These are also some of the examples, and all these aspects we are covering in the film also. Next slide, please. Yes. Now I am focusing on what our ministry is doing. As just told by previous speaker that there is need for standardization. A few years back, we are only having very few IS standards available with us. With the effort of the industry and BIS particularly, now we are having more than 500 standards developed for technical textiles. And we recently had a conclave on development of standards on technical textiles with FICCI, and BIS is working some more 40-50 standards, and that will come in future. This is a list of some important IS standards on protective textiles and the standards which BIS is developing, like extreme cold climate clothing, Siachen clothing, etc. On this, BIS is working to work out the standards of our own Indian standards. Otherwise, we are following ISO standards, some other standards that are available worldwide. Next slide. With the focus on technical textile, Government of India has launched a national technical textile mission, which is valid up to March 24 presently. So this mission was constituted at the cost of rupees 1480. The outlay is 1480 crores. Out of which there are 4 components. First component is research and development. There are 4 components I am showing. In the next slide, I will show the details of this. Next one. The first component of 1,000 crores is for the research, development, and innovation, in which we are focusing on fundamental research, applied research. We are calling research proposals from our IITs, NITs, research bodies like CSIR, DRDO can participate in this. So the scheme is always open. So far, we have committed only 240 crores of rupees for the development of new products and research works. So still, we have a lot many outlays is balanced with us, which can be utilized by proposing some research works. Anybody from industry side, from user department can propose a research in this area. One more area in which we are looking for is the development of textile machinery, tools. This will be covered in the component 1. Second component is a smaller one, promotion and market development. We have to develop the market, because although protective textiles, we are having a large quantity of imports, but in India, the consumption is very less. If you see the uniform of our police forces or paramilitary forces, only conventional textiles as compared to developed world. Developed world, they are all having technical textiles, not the conventional textiles. Some functionality has been added. So these are the areas which we can think of developing the market. So this conclave is part of this component. Next one is the export promotion. We have the last session in this conference on which we will focus how to increase our exports. I think some delegates from the embassies are also there from some countries. So our industry can focus and deliberate how we can increase our exports. And fourth is the component for education, training, and skilling, in which it is envisaged that we have to develop a skilled and qualified manpower in technical textiles, because not many people understand what technical textiles is. Like geotextiles. Geotextile is one of such area. It is replacement of concrete in retaining walls, in highways, railways, all infrastructure products. These are being used. Like in canal, instead of concrete lining, we can have lining of geotextiles. In landfills, we can have textiles so that the groundwater is not contaminated. There are so many other areas are there. So to develop these areas, we are bringing out a scheme very soon in which we are going to fund for the development of labs and training of faculties if they introduce some subject in their undergraduate courses and postgraduate courses and technical textiles. Like civil engineering can have geotextiles, mechanical can have courses on industrial textiles, medical colleges can have medical textiles, agrotech can be part of agriculture textiles. This scheme will come up. Next slide. And these are the, some of the projects which we have so far funded. There are a total 8 projects of value around 25 crores in the area of protected textiles that have been sanctioned under the NTTM, the National Technical Textile Mission. And I think NITRA has taken 2 such projects. DRDO has taken some of the important projects. This is for the knowledge of the audience. And on the similar lines, more research can be thought of. Next slide. As Mr. Agarwal has told about the compliances part. In India, we are not having mandatory compliances. It is voluntary compliances. So with the BIS, we have already proposed QCOs, quality control orders, in the 12 items under protected textile. These are the 12 items in which we are in these areas we are very soon bring under the QCO so that the quality can be assured. And the purpose for which these textiles has been made should serve the purpose so that inferior quality products could not be imported, and for the domestic consumption also the quality has to be maintained. So we are bringing it under QCO. More such items if industry wants and users want, we will bring under QCO in future. Next one. So out of this today's conference, and after this, there are 3 sessions. What should we expect from this conference? So we have the consumers, we have the industrialists, we have the researchers. So all these 3 are there. So this conference will definitely help understanding the requirement of consumers and availability of the products in the market so that consumers can use it, and the researchers can thought of what are the areas in which new research can be proposed. Exports, obviously the last session regarding exports, we can identify the more new areas in which exports can be increased. Investments, like in this protected textile, the basic fiber we are lacking the basic fiber. Basic fiber is like most of the protected textile, you have ultra high molecular weight polyethylene, some nylon 66 paramides. Aramids are there. So basic fibers we are sanctioned some projects for development of the fibers, but we have some important leading producers in the world. Mr. Thejin, I think is here, or they may attend the concerned session. DuPont is here, so we can think of if they install a plant in India for Make in India, that can be useful to the industry, because this will serve a basic raw material for not only protected textiles but other segments of technical textiles also. So we will explore the possibility. And imports, yes, as we have already discussed about indigenization, the more research proposals on the fundamental research, applied research, we are looking for. And in the end, but very important, protected textiles, as somebody has told that NITRA has reduced the weight of protected textiles from 5 kg to 2.5 kg. But at the same time, it is the requirement that functionality, the appearance, aesthetics of the protected textiles has to be very good. So we have called National Institute of Fashion Technology. The expert from NIFT is also there. They will be participating in some of the sessions. User ministries can take the help of NIFT in designing the protected textiles, which can be aesthetical also and functional, besides keeping its functional properties. So this is the agenda for the today's session, and with this I end my words. And after that, there is a film on protected textiles prepared by NITRA that will further give insight about the protected textile. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Saxena. It was really a very informative presentation. Dear all, we have made a film on protective textiles. This is for industry users. It's an informative film which highlights the importance of Protech in different sectors. I now request our chief guest, Ms. Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, to kindly release the film.
With a view to position India as the global leader in technical textiles, the Ministry of Textiles has launched the National Technical Textiles Mission to achieve a market size of $40 billion and export of $10 billion by 2024 to 2025. Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal's direction and vision of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, Textile Ministry promote usage of technical textiles in various flagship missions, programs, including strategic sectors in India, improve penetration level of technical textiles and upgrade skill set of the workforce, develop indigenous machineries and process equipment for technical textiles to promote Make in India and enable competitiveness of the industry, promotion of innovation amongst young engineering, technology, science standards and graduate, along with the creation of innovation and incubation centers and promotion of startup and ventures. Technical textiles has 12 segments: Meditech, Mobile Tech, Ocotech, Bagtech, Protech, Sport Tech, Agrotech, Buildtech, Cloth Tech, Geotech, Home Tech, and Indutech. It's now time to talk about protective textiles. What are protective textiles? Protective textiles are one kind of technical textile that is used to protect humans and properties from various types of hazards. These textiles provide protection against hazards such as heat, fire, blast, impact, cuts, chemical splashes, dirt, nuclear, biological, chemical, mechanical, electrical, coal, rain, snow, wind, UV radiation, and many more. These types of textiles are used by workers working in hazardous industries like steel, aluminium, copper, oil and gas, cement, military and paramilitary forces. Besides, protective textile has a very important role in the protection of humans and properties in public places like cinema halls, railways, hotels, hospitals, and many more. Let us have detailed information on these protective textiles. Starting with firefighter suit. These are used by firefighter in case of fire to save human life and property. Bulletproof jackets. A bulletproof jacket or vest. A bulletproof jacket is an item of body armor that helps absorb the impact and reduce or stop penetration from firearm-fired projectiles and fragmentation from explosions. Full body protector. A full body protector is a personal protective ensemble used by law-protecting bodies for physical protection against brick batting, cane, knife, acid attacks, and projectiles encountered in a riot situation and other violent encounters. NBC suit. Nuclear, biological, and chemical suit. Its components and functions. The NCB suit can provide continuous protection to the personnel with chemical agents in liquid, aerosol, and vapor. Nuclear and biological threat. It has water and oil repellent and flame retardant properties as well. Extreme cold weather clothing. Extreme cold weather clothing refers to clothing for Arctic or mountainous areas. Its primary function is to trap air as an insulator to prevent heat loss from the wearer's body. It also helps in keeping the water vapor away from the body to keep the insulating layers dry. One such type of extreme cold weather clothing system, ECWCS. ECWCS is a 3-layer system comprising 6 components. These are inner layer of jacket and trousers, middle layer of jacket and trousers, and outer layer, weather protection layer of jacket and trousers. Worn together and designed to keep the body warm in temperatures of up to -50 degrees Celsius. It is worn by soldiers in the high altitude regions, including the Siachen Glacier, which is the highest battlefield in the world. Work wear for cement industry workforce provides protection from micro cement dust and other construction materials. In absence of such work wear, workforce working in the construction and cement industry may be affected from respiratory, cardiovascular, skin problems, and diseases. Mosquitoes repellent net and garment. A mosquito repellent textile is one such textile product that protects the human being from the bite of mosquitoes and thereby promises safety from the diseases like malaria, Nile fever, and bacterial infections. Workwear for the chemical industry. Chemical protective clothing is the clothing worn to shield those who work with chemicals from the effects of chemical hazards that can cause injuries on the job. It provides a last line of defense for chemical safety. Workwear for the foundry, steel, and aluminium industry. They are specifically designed for protective clothing used in environments that pose serious fire risk or safety hazards associated with hot works or radiant heat sources and molten metal splash. Workwear for the oil and gas industry. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration requires that oil and gas industry workers wear FR clothing when executing special tasks on the job. The requirement is due to the presence of flash fire, one of the biggest and most dangerous hazards that oil and gas industry workers face. Center of Excellence on Protective Textile. The textile industries and the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, jointly established Northern India Textile Research Association in 1974 to conduct applied research and provide support services to the textile industry. NITRA is located on Delhi NCR, Ghaziabad, on 50-acre lush green land. NITRA has been designated COE for protective textile by the Ministry of Textiles.
Northern India Textile Research Association, shortly known as NITRA, has been set up by Ministry of Textiles. 10 years ago, we have been accredited as Center of Excellence for Protective Textiles. It has developed a number of products which has been commercialized and widely used by the paramilitary forces and army.
It has the expertise and technical capability for quality evaluation, product development, and knowledge dissemination in the field of protective textiles.
So that was a really informative film. I hope we all have liked it. Okay, dear members, we are so fortunate to have here with us our Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, sparing her valuable time for us. I would like to tell you all that she is Secretary, Ministry of Textiles from 1st November 2022. She is an IAS officer of Kerala Cadre, 1991 batch. She was the Additional Secretary with the Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industries. Born in Uttar Pradesh, she is a postgraduate in business economics from Delhi University. She has experience of working in ministries like Science and Technology, corporate affairs, and so on. I request ma'am to please come forward and share the words of wisdom. Loud applause, please, everyone from all sides.
Dignitaries on the dais, colleagues and friends from government departments, from industry, academic institutions, R&D institutions. It's my pleasure, it's my privilege to be here today to participate in this national conclave on technical textiles, focusing on protective technical textiles. At the outset, I'd like to put on record my appreciation for NITRA and for the Indian Technical Textile Association for helping in putting together this conclave, which brings together all stakeholders involved in technical textiles, especially Protech, including industry, including all the institutions, the government institutions, the user departments, perhaps from the government as well. And I hope this can be an opportunity for exchange of ideas, for exchange of information, for taking stock of the R&D work that has been done, for putting together an action plan, a way forward for taking this sector and this segment forward. India has been a big player in the textile sector. Our strength, of course, has been in the conventional textiles. And today we are the second largest producer of apparel and of garments. The textile sector is also important in the context of the Indian economy, the large footprint it has in terms of presence across all states, in terms of the number of people that are involved directly and indirectly, in terms of its contribution to the GDP, in terms of its contribution to the exports. However, technical textiles is one segment within the textile sector where we are perhaps in our early stages of growth. As was pointed out in the presentations and the speakers who've spoken before me, that in terms of the global market of technical textiles, which is to the tune of about 260 to 280 billion, we are today a small player. The growth rate is high, however, the base is low. So there is still a lot of catching up to be done. At this point, we have a huge import dependence to meet our requirements of technical textiles. But I'm very hopeful that with the energy and the vibrancy which I can feel in this room as well, we would be able to make breakthroughs, and we would be able to soon catch up with the rest of the world and emerge as global leaders in technical textiles and specifically in Protech. A mention was made, and in fact, the elements of the National Technical Textile Mission were discussed. Let me say, of course, that the government is very focused on developing, on hand-holding the technical textile sector. There is a great deal of potential here, and it's a need of the industry, it's the need of the hour for all of us to put our efforts together. The National Technical Textile Mission also focuses on a lot on the research and development activity, research and basic research focusing on development of fiber, applied research, then research focusing on development of machinery, of testing equipment. In addition to that, there's also a lot of focus on being able to have a skilled manpower which has the requisite training in this area. There's also focus on creating an ecosystem or an environment for the startups, for the industry players to come up, incubate them in their initial phase and for them to grow in this sector. In addition to that, of course, market development, product diversification, the increased usage of technical textiles across sectors, That's another focus areas. And of course, lastly, also the quality aspects. The mention was made of various quality standards that have been developed and the QCOs which are being developed also. The effort is that internationally we are able to meet up with the international benchmarks, the international standards. I need not, of course, overemphasize the importance of protective gear, protective textiles when we talk of the hazardous activities or hazardous sectors which involve some sort of dangerous activities, including the personnel who are in the armed forces, in the police, in the paramedical sector, even sectors like the railways, personnel working in chemical industry and so on. Sometimes protective textiles and protective gear is really the difference between life and death. So being mindful of the importance of Protech, I think we can all put our efforts together in focusing on the research that is required in this sector, the market development, the product diversification, the design elements, all of these which are critical. This conclave today would be focusing on very important and relevant aspects, and I do see that, I do feel that a lot of, I would encourage, in fact, a lot of blue sky thinking, out of the box ideas, so that at the end of the deliberations today, we have a set of recommendations, maybe an action plan that we can take forward. And perhaps while you are deliberating, you may also like to focus on aspects related to sustainability, to recyclability of, as was pointed out by my colleague Rup Rashi, that this is also one element that could be included in the deliberation. So I wish you and all of you that you have a very productive session, a very productive discussion. And with these words, I'd like to conclude. And once again, it's my pleasure to inaugurate this conclave. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear ma'am, for sharing such wonderful words, words of wisdom, and the valuable thoughts with all of us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now the time has come to honor our dignitaries and to share our token of love and appreciation towards them. I request Mr. Amit Agrawal to kindly present the memento to Ms. Rachna Shah. So we are so fortunate to have all our dignitaries out here sparing their valuable time for us. And we are so fortunate to have our Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Rachna Shah, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Loud applause, please. More louder. I request Mr. Rajkumar Jain to kindly honor Mr. Rajiv Saxena, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. And I request Dr. Anup Rakshit to kindly honor Ms. Rup Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. This is a token of love from our side to all our dignitaries. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated, dear dignitaries. Dear members, I hope you all had great time. We have here with us Dr. Anup Rakshit. He is a B.Tech in Textile Technology, and apart from this, Textile Technology with first class from Kolkata University in 1975, M.Text in Textile Engineering with first class from TIT Bhiwani in 1978, and PhD Tech from Mumbai University in 1987. He has over 45 years of experience, 15 years in polyester fiber. 11 years in textile mills, and 12 years in research institution. Since March 2015, he's working as Executive Director in Indian Technical Textile Association, which is acting as the voice of Indian technical textile industry. I request sir to kindly come forward for vote of thanks. Loud applause, please, everybody.
Good afternoon to all of you. This is my pleasant duty to express the vote of thanks on behalf of NITRA and ITA both. We extend the hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest today, is Secretary Textiles Rachana Madam, for inaugurating the conference and enlightening us with the various steps taken by the Ministry of Textiles for the growth of the technical textile industry, but specifically from the protective textiles. We thank our Joint Secretary Rajiv Saxena ji and Textile Commissioner Roop Rashi Madam from the Ministry of Textiles for their gracious presence in today's conference and encourage and advise us to organize the event. As you heard, that Rajiv sir has really initiated this concept of having it with the NITRA and ITA together and organize this event. So thank you very much, sir. And a big round of applause I would like to have from all of you to hum. And along with that, it is the support from the NTTM. Gowda sir, Gowda and Mr. Meena, they were very helpful and supportive to both of us from NITRA and ITA for organizing this event. So that is how we are actually having this program today, and it's you hope that you will be successful during the day. Now, our thanks are due to the chairman of NITRA and chairman of ITA for enlightening us about the various industry elements and the specific focus to the technical textiles and the protective textiles specifically. For the what is yes, Mr. Agarwal has mentioned about that how we compare with the USA and the Western world, and where we are today and where we have to go. So thanks, sir, to both of you for enlightening us about the industry scenario today. And as you know that we thank all the sponsors and of the conference and the companies who have exhibited in their exhibition, which is held just in the other part of this building. And with their support and with their the display of the innovative products which are innovated in recent times. So we thank you. We thank all the companies who have actually sponsored and also exhibited in this and contributed to this event. We also thank all the panelists, which during the day they are going to deliberate various important aspects. And with these discussions, we hope that we will come out with certain kind of recommendations, which Madam has mentioned. During these discussions from these learned and the leading from the industry, from the research institutes, and also the fiber manufacturers. And we hope we should be able to formulate those recommended points to the ministry. So thanks to all of you, which you are going to contribute today. And all the participation, all the thanks to all the participants who have come here, and not only from Delhi, from the various parts of India, and going to attend today's deliberations. So thanks to all of you. So we hope that you all are going to enjoy these 3 panels which are going to happen during the day. And with these 3 focused subjects which we are going to deliberate after this inaugural session. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear members, we've got wide range of stalls from different companies which are being exhibited in the exhibition area. So I request all our dignitaries to kindly move towards the exhibition area to inaugurate the exhibition. And also, dear members, this inauguration of the exhibition is followed by a tea break of 15 minutes, which is there in the same area. Thank you so much to all our honorable dignitaries for joining us. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please, everybody from all sides. The panelists also to please come and join. All the members, all those who are outside, we're going to start the first session in a short while. I request everyone, if in case they can hear me, please get inside. I once again request the moderator of our first session and the panelists to please come and join. Thank you. I request everyone, all those who are still outside, please come inside. We are about to start. All those who are outside, I request them to please come inside once again. Dear members, now we're going to start the panel discussion 1. For the same, I would like to invite on the stage our keynote addresser, Mr. Mahendra Gaura RV, to please come up on the stage. Our session moderator, Dr. R. Indushekar, to please come up on the stage. Our panelists, Mr. Praveen Kora, Messrs. Arvind Limited, Mr. Khushvinder Singh Dillon, Messrs. JCT Limited, Mr. Sudhir Takkar, Messrs. System 5S, Mr. N.V. Kajale, Messrs. Texport Syndicate India Limited, and Mr. Ankur Kothari, Messrs. Kusumgar Corporate Private Limited. Dear members, this is going to be the first panel discussion, and the theme of first panel discussion is prospect of a 10% indigenization of protective textile products in India. We have here with us Mr. Mahendra Gaura RV, Mr. Mahendra Gaura RV obtained PhD in the area of friction spinning from IIT Delhi in 2001. He worked for a short stint in Poritz and Spencer Asia Limited, Faridabad and Vardhaman Mills, Ludhiana. He has around 22 years of experience in industry, research, teaching, and administration, out of which 14 years as principal director of prominent engineering colleges. He has successfully executed 6 research projects funded by DRDO, DST, and AICTE. He guided 2 PhD scholars in the area of technical textiles, one in medical textiles and the other in high-performance, protective, and intelligent textiles. He published 10 papers in the field of technical textiles amongst 35 other papers. Currently, he is the Mission Director of National Technical Textiles Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. I request Sir to please come forward for giving away the keynote address. Loud applause, please.
very good afternoon to everybody. Our distinguished colleague, Dr. Indu Shekhar, who is the moderator for this first session, and the experts who are, on the dais, and respected dignitaries from the industry, academia, R&D institutions, from our Ministry of Textiles, our NTTM, and my respected Guru, Professor Kotariji, and all those who are present here. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this August event. So before commencing the panel one discussion, I would like to say a few important points about our NTTM, though it has been covered by our respected Secretary and Mr. Joint Secretary in their presentation. I think that is a novel vision which has been approved by the Cabinet in March 2020 to promote National Technical Textiles Mission with an outlay of 1,480 crores under the great vision of our Honorable Prime Minister to become Atmanirbhar. Under this, we have 4 components. The first one is research, development, and innovation. The outlay and all that was already presented. But what I would like to emphasize is that, so there are 3 subcomponents under the first component. The first one is the basic research. The second one is the application-oriented research. And the third one is about machinery development. The fourth one is about startups and all that. So far, we have dealt with some of the basic research and fundamental research, product development, various research organizations such as DRDO laboratories, CSIR laboratories, IITs, NITs, and government institutions. They have participated and submitted many proposals, and so far around 74 proposals have been sanctioned under various segments of technical textiles to the tune of around 225 to 30 crores. The work has been started. Now, under the guidance and the able direction of our Honorable Minister, he has recently told us we have to open up the area and try to allow even the private industries, the private institutions. Excellence could be anywhere throughout the country. So under his guidance, now we have made modifications in our mission, and soon we will be launching the guidelines, inviting applications directly from the industry as well as academia, the research associations, and even private institutions. They could participate directly and also in collaboration together to indigenously manufacture the machinery. Machinery could be, technical textiles machinery, the bigger ones, smaller ones. The equipment, testing equipment, as all of you know, it is, we are still importing a lot. So we could develop, we have a lot of ideas, within our own country. And we could take it forward to go for startups and all that. So all these things we are bringing in, we are expanding the area. Anyone can come in with collaborations and individually with the industries. We are contacting many people. And I had some small discussions with the ITA chairman and their executive director and other officials. So they have also told me that we have to go for bigger outreach and more industry should be roped in. So I have specifically told some of our PIs and the research bodies, because in many of our proposals, the industry partner is the essential. They have picked up some of the industry partners from the ITA, membership organizations. Some could be outside. So all are welcome, but when we have the big mission to make that we should reach around 40 billion US dollars by 24-25. So we have to take the industry forward so that if they really take up our technology and try to commercialize and try to develop products indigenously, so then only we will be able to supply for our own country, that is make for India, and whatever once we fulfill that, we could also export. So therefore, we have great Indian minds. When we could, during COVID time, all of you know, we could make up PPE kits very soon. And we could come up with vaccines and all that within no time. So therefore, there is no, scarcity of thinking. Our Indian mind has a great thinking and vision and all that. So in that way, we welcome all the stakeholders from already the government institutions, the aided institutions. Now we are welcoming private institutions and also the industry, because the industry must interact with many of our research proposals. As I said, fundamental research is being continued, then the application-oriented research specifically to make some of the specialty fibers. My senior colleague, Ms. Dr. Indushekar knows, so they are expert in the defense textiles. Even my senior Dr. Kotresh, who is the director there, they have done immense work. As well as the experts here from the industry, they will be sharing more on that. But my point is basically to invite all of you. We are all same, so there is no boundaries. So we should all work together. The ministry and NTTM being part of the ministry, and as our respected textile commissioner, madam, who is here, she has rightly said that we have to go for bigger outreach. And I also thank my senior colleague, Dr. Arindam Basu, we know for last 2 to 3 decades in the area of textiles, who gave me this opportunity, and ITA, who have really launched this program in a wonderful way. And I have my colleague, Mr. Akshay Kumar, who is working with DuPont and many other companies, why I am mentioning, we have to rope in some of the technologies. There is some institute in Coimbatore, I don't know whether I should name or not. Why I am saying that, I will take only 2 minutes, then we will start the session. Many of the products which have been showcased are being imported. So we have great minds, we can do that. We could get products imported. We can do really reverse engineering. Then we could go for re-engineering. So it's all possible. I think some of the technical textile players are really doing that. So I welcome each one of you to be part of our proposals. It's only a beginning. We are going in a big way. So you should be part and parcel of our R&D proposals, our training and development, skilling, and so on and so forth. If the industry plays active role, then only growth will come, and we will be able to reach our target of $40+ billion. So with this welcome note from my side to the industry, to the institutions. So as I said, our Honorable Minister has rightly said, we should go for bigger outreach. Excellence could be anywhere, not only in specific institutes. We should go for bigger outreach. So under his guidance, we are working, and I would like to send this message to all of you. So anyone is welcome. We are easily approachable, but we have started basic research, but we want it to go in a bigger way. That's what we are thinking, to make specialty fibers, to make indigenous machinery, to go for startups. There are works which are going on, but we have to take it in a bigger way. And I think we can really do that. We can lay a good roadmap to make our India really going in the mode of Make in India, to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. So let us all join together and make our mission a great success. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Now I request Dr. Indushekar.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause, everyone from all sides. That was such a wonderful keynote address given by sir. And sir, we are so fortunate to have you here with us, and it's a time which has come now to welcome you with the bouquet presentation ceremony. And for the same, I now request Mr. Sandeep Hora to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Mahendra Goda RV, our keynote addresser. Loud applause, please, everyone.
Thank you so much.
I request Dr. M.S. Parmar to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. R. Indushekar, our session moderator. Loud applause, everyone. Dear members, Dr. R. Indushekar, a senior scientist, is heading Protective Equipment Division in DEBEL, DRDO Laboratory in Bangalore. He has done his BTech from GSKS College, Bangalore, and obtained his PhD from VTU in the area of thermoplastic composites for radome applications. He has vast experience in the area of FR protective clothing, cold weather clothing, NBC protective equipment, underwater applications, and technical textiles. He started his career from DMSRDE lab in 1994 and moved to DEBEL in 2004 and has been active in the area of technical textiles for last 28 years. He has published more than 50 papers in national and international journals, has 17 patents, and is a recipient of Agni Awards and Technology Group Award. A big round of applause, everyone, for our session moderator. I request Dr. R. Indushekar to kindly start the session. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We are short of time. We are supposed to start by 12 o'clock. I think it's already 12:40. I think for the first time in the last 4 or 5 decades, Government of India, especially the Ministry of Textiles, has recognized the importance of technical textiles. The whole importance was basically on the commodity textiles all these years. So it is really praiseworthy that a huge amount of 1,480 crores divided into different sectors for promotion, development of basic research, the development of products based on applied research has been emphasized. And DEBEL being a nodal agency for the design and development of personal protective clothing, it's a very unique laboratory wherein all the requirements of all the 3 armed forces have been taken. So in case if you are looking for something wherein you want to approach for the development of technical textiles, DEBEL is the right laboratory. I'll not take much time because we have 5 presentations. When I went through all the presentations and most of the industries, they're all actively involved in the design and development of technical textiles. Based on maybe some sort of a fabric engineering, which will finally result in a quality product. India's main strength is right from the beginning in the area of textiles, which used to contribute a significant amount of money, not only in terms of the export, but also in terms of the manpower and other requirements. So to begin with, I would like to mention that the whole the panel topic is prospect of a cent % indigenization of protective textiles in India. Cent % is slightly difficult because we are very poor in the development of fibers. We are more into conversion or lead system integrators. So cent % is, in case if it happens as a reality, I will be the most happiest person, and the Indian industry will definitely prosper in that direction. So JCT, to begin with, because of the time constraints, I will not go into the personal details of the individual. Rather, I will just highlight on the organization. JCT, I had an interaction with JCT, Jagjit Singh Cotton Mills, if I'm not wrong, for almost 2 to 3 decades back for the development of some of the ripstop fabrics. So I know JCT. So today, Mr. K.S. Dillon will be giving a presentation, and he was the vice president from January 2007, almost for 15 years, and involved in various activities like product development, commercialization, marketing, and he was also the head for pre-treatment, drying, finishing. Possibly he has not left any areas which are untouched. So Industrial Enterprises Limited fabric chemical processor, he was also there as a chemical processor technologist. Many details are there. I will not be able to go through that, but he has essentially obtained his bachelor's degree in the area of fibers and textile processing, which is a combination of both basic technology and the processing. And he has also done Bachelor of Science, BSc Chemistry way back in 1992-93 also. And he was also the general, the ICFA University, Tripura Master of Business Administration. He has done MBA from the above university. Without taking much time, I think I would request Mr. K.S. Dillon to give a brief presentation, not exceeding maybe around 10 to 12 minutes, because we need time for some questions, because the industry, a lot of industry people are there who would like to interact with people also. Please. Yeah.
आगे ठीक आ जाए Yeah. Now, I'll just straight away get to the point. Now, as we are all aware of the technical aspects of the workwear. Now, what I want to talk over here is one of the most critical and the most dangerous environments exists in the steel and the foundry. Of all the industries requiring protective workwear, the steel and metal industry is one that stands out when it comes to highly dangerous work environments. Temperatures up to 1600 degrees centigrade, risk of molten metal splash, exposure to highly flammable gases, and one can start to get the picture of how dangerous the working is. Providing operators with comfortable protective workwear is the ultimate key to reducing the workplace accidents. Comfort and compliance are intrinsically linked. To begin with, let me just narrate you an incident. We have been talking about the use of PPE, and for enhancing or rather promoting the use of PPE, we have been talking about legislations and compliance and all that stuff. Basically, a forced implementation. Now, that is, in my opinion, or in our experience, that will not work for long unless and until the workwear is made. When the workwear becomes a fashion wear, or rather, when you combine workwear and fashion wear to make a smart wear, that is when the use of PPE will automatically be accepted. Of course, to give you a brief, EN 11612 is a basic standard which needs to be followed for steel and foundry workwear with all these tests which are supposed to be required. This is these are just the glimpses of the environment that exists in the particular industry. Now, let me talk about a concept beyond technical, but straight away linked to the usage of PPE, and that is comfort. It is a very subjective concept. It can be understood from the below attributes. Because most of the time when we are developing PPE, we are mainly focused on meeting the norms. Rarely, very rarely, or rather, the comfort issue is always and always overlooked. Because we feel safety first, comfort later. But no, safety and comfort have to go hand in hand. Some of the derivatives of comfort can be fabric weight. The lighter the fabric, the more it will be accepted. Sometimes the PPE is such that the chances of an accident after wearing the PPE are more than when we are not wearing it. Moisture management. India is a tropical environment. Of course, we have to take into account the fact that anybody who wears it anybody who's going to wear it has to wear in a tropical environment. So that has to be factored in when developing a PPE or a protective wear garment. Now, this can be achieved by either the fiber is inherently breathable, wicking moisture, and all other aspects can be taken into account. Breathability. Now, this particular factor got highlighted during the medical PPE which we made during the COVID-19. Most of the PPE were, because they were not breathable, in fact, the doctors who were wearing it were sweating so much that it was really uncomfortable for them to work for prolonged hours. Breathability assumes a very great significance. Softness. Everybody likes softness. Silkier the fiber, the cooler they feel on the skin. Smooth fabrics such as satin will always have a better acceptance compared to others. Now, comfort is a necessity and not a luxury. Field research shows that protective wear is only as strong as its weakest link. So now, comfort is the one which I'm going to highlight, and I'm just going to present you a global trends. This I have taken from the EU global trend study. There are 5 aspects which they have highlighted. There is now a growing realization that more the workers are involved, the more likely they are to contribute to a zero injury safety culture at your company. There are only 2 ways to influence human behavior. You can either manipulate it or you can inspire it. First trend is wearer trials firstly. As previously mentioned, the interests and opinions of the wearers are becoming more important. It is becoming more common to carry out wearer trials. Wearing is believing. The wearer is best placed to feed into final decisions around the fabrics do and don't work for them. More than just comfort, fashion, and fit. Garments are an extension of the wearer. Basically, workwear is now no longer a traditional workwear, a big baggy suit, dangri. It has become more smart, more fashionable. Sustainability. The resources are limited. Whatever we say, renewable or non-renewable, resources are going to be limited. So we always have to focus on the sustainability issues of this thing. For example, the development of the usage of jute in the development of E2 fabrics is one such step which is being taken by NITRA. Protection is given. When it is workwear, protection is assumed now. FR clothing is becoming the standard, whereas previously industrial workers were fitted with non-FR solution. This is not yet the case always. In some cases, industrial workers and utilities, for example, are still wearing non-FR garments. Safety awareness is yet at an initial stage. Linking back to earlier trends, it is clear nowadays protection is the bare minimum when it comes to protective garment. This must be integrated with comfort so that the wearer can work with ease and sustainability. This data has been taken from EU Safety Trends Report and EU 10 Cate fabrics. So this is what basically my idea of harnessing is, in our quest for meeting the norms, we have to keep an eye on these 5 factors as well, and comfort being the first and all. The moment comfort is kept first, along with meeting the norms, workwear will become a norm in the workplace. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. K.S. Dillon. We started with a veteran, so it was a good beginning. He has highlighted the importance of comfort, but when it comes to technical textiles, normally it's an amalgamation of both the comfort as well as some of the properties, technical features. Normally, people define comfort in terms of physical, physiological, and psychological parameters. Normally, our soldier also, the first psychological impression is the moment he wears, he should get a feeling that it is going to offer comfort. Then comes the functional or the performance parameters. So in the defense area, especially when it comes to technical textiles, more than the functional requirements, you may suggest or you may tell those people, soldiers, that see, it meets so many standards, it meets all the performance requirements. But the mere feeling or the first psychological feeling that he gets once he wears it, that will decide the outcome of the product. So he has given more importance to comfort, but another aspect is that when he is talking about some industry, continuous service temperature, how the material will behave over a period of time when it is subjected to some sort of an isothermal conditions for a prolonged period. That also needs to be taken, because where we fail is when we put forth our product at the international forum, we lack data meeting the requirements of the product against various specifications. When you develop a product, it has to be evaluated against different specifications. Then only we will be in a position to compete and we can push our product at the global level. Thank you very much. Thanks for completing the presentation within the stipulated time. Now I invite Mr. Ankur Kothari. He is the director and CEO at Kusumgar Corporates Private Limited. I think most of the Indian industry fraternity knows about Kusumgar Corporates, one of the pioneer industry, especially when it comes to nylon material and the parachute material. So I myself has got a close association for the last 2 to 3 decades, having extensively interacted when I was in the MSRD. And this is one organization which has taken the product from one level to a next level. But I was always telling that don't restrict yourself to only nylon 6. Graduate yourself for nylon 6 and high performance fibers also. So coming into the details of Mr. Ankur Kothari, as I mentioned earlier, he's the director and CEO at Kusumgar Corporates Private Limited. Prior to Kusumgar Corporates, Ankur has had his stints at Arvind Limited, which is again one of the giant organizations when it comes to Indian textile industry, and also with the Boston Consulting Group. His expertise, rich expertise, is basically in the strategy and business build in manufacturing, but I would also request him to talk about some technical aspects also along with business. Money is important, but technical textiles are also important. So Ankur is an alumnus of IIT Delhi. Obviously, he'll be having a rich domain knowledge in the area, and also the Kellogg School of Management. His presentation will be basically, as I mentioned earlier, overcoming the technological gap that exists in the 100% indigenization when it comes to various products. Now I invite Mr. Ankur Kothari to give a presentation, take not more than 10 to 12 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Indu Shekhar, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Nitra, for giving me this opportunity. I'll just take a couple of minutes to talk about Kusumgar and set the context of why I am talking about the theme that I've chosen for this talk. Kusumgar has been a partner to the Indian Armed Forces. Kusumgar's, when we started out, the company started based on a request from the Indian Armed Forces for indigenization of parachute fabrics way back 50 years back in 1970. So we owe our existence to the Indian Army and to indigenization, and that's the theme that we have sort of picked up for today. We actually do a full range of technical textile products, as Dr. Indu Shekhar also showed. We have over a period of time, sir, moved from nylons to polyesters and aramids and acrylics. We continue to figure out what the army or the armed forces need and develop solutions to cater to them. As an example, in the last couple of years, for example, we have developed indigenized parachute systems, camouflage systems, and several inflatable products, all for the Indian Army. Which sort of brings me to the key topic that I wanted to talk about today. Let's say we want to be Atmanirbhar and there is a current situation. Where is the gap, right? The gap stems from two different aspects. One, which I'm choosing to call technology, and the other, which I'm choosing to call capability. Let's imagine that we are talking about making a dish, right? There are two components to it. There is one is around I have all the ingredients, I have all the tools, and I have the recipe, a set of instructions on how to make something. Not necessarily that I'll be able to make that dish, or I'll be able to make it as good as, my mother does, who does it better than my wife, right? So, which is the capability part that I'm speaking of, right? What is technology? It is the hard stuff. And, so one part of it is around materials. Whenever we say we do not have a local manufacturer of aramid fiber, for example, or we speak about the fact that we do not have a manufacturer of carbon fiber and such things. This is the material aspect, right? We talk about tools. Do we have autoclaves? Do we have, the right equipment to do something, right? Which, to me, okay, and I'll come to the specific problems with each of these. And then there is the instructions part. Now, let's say a company wants to develop something that's not happening in this country. The left part, according to me, is the easier part. They are able to source the aramid fiber or carbon fiber or the coating or the chemical, etc. They'll have, the international companies coming to their doorstep and saying, yes, sir, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ये देखिए, ये यहाँ पे use कर रहे हैं, ये आप कर लीजिए. They'll buy the machinery. All of us are sufficiently capitalized. There are large organizations that have been built over time. Some of them are supported by the government. These projects are funded, and we are able to source it. And we are able to find some consultants. We are able to find some people who can tell us how to go about it. Some of these are the machine guys or the aramid guys, and some people we hire. We are still sometimes not able to get the product out. And to me, we talk a lot about the left part of this equation. We do not sufficiently, in my opinion, talk about the right part, which is what I'm talking about, capability building. And to me, this is composed of two different aspects. One, which I'm choosing to call process knowledge. There may be better terminologies, etc. About it. It's about learning by doing. It's about trial and error. It's about saying, how do I make something, right? For example, the reason I'm bringing it up is because of the example of Kusumgar. In parachute fabrics today, I'm very proud to say that we are the world's largest manufacturer of parachute fabrics and supplying to the entire world, right? How has this come about? Nylon 6/6 yarn is available, right? It's basically a nylon 6/6 fine denier fabric. It's not it's not rocket science. It goes into rockets. It's not rocket science though. And it's purely out of process knowledge that this has been developed over a period of time. आप trial लेते हैं, आप check करते हैं, उसमें क्या हुआ, आप ये समझते हैं, इसका testing करते हैं, then you refine it, you talk to people, and the second aspect, which is network, comes into play here. If you are passionate about developing something, you reach out to people, you try and understand, you develop a network, you develop an ecosystem, you inspire people to develop accessories for you, subsystems for you, create things. I'll give you an example. I spoke about the inflatable product that we have developed. It's a product that was never developed in the country, and it's special purpose machines. These products are actually restricted to 6 or 7 manufacturers around the world. So we don't even have an access to the machine. So what did we do? We have trusted partners who helped develop the special purpose machine based on our instructions, and the product came out, right? Did it happen in 1 day or 1 year? No, it took 4 years for that to happen. So, to me, the crux around becoming Atmanirbhar, there are things in our control and there are things not in our control. By focusing a lot on things that are not there, it does not serve much purpose. And I think capital and people and equipment are there. What, to me, as an input or as a thought that Kusumgar has developed over a period of time, a greater emphasis on developing process knowledge and a greater emphasis on developing networks. For example, I wanted to give an example around gaps in Atmanirbhar Bharat for both technology and process knowledge. So technology, if you say today making a carbon product for aerospace and defense does not happen in this country. Honestly, if I look at the dais and a lot of the folks that are here today on the generic textiles part, we have come a long way in the last 10 years. In composites, there is a major gap that still needs to be addressed, right? And again, whenever I ask people having worked in composites in the past, the reason that's given to me is it's because carbon is not available in the country. Honestly, that's a part of the challenge. If you really want to source carbon, it's not impossible. But because you do not have capabilities around processing, around molding, around manufacturing resins, to me that's the bigger challenge which people are not really focusing upon. Those are the areas that can be developed with I would say lower amounts of capital employed, with certain I would say hiring a few experts, etc., and a focus on developing these products. I guess, if my final sort of word on this building capability, what does it take? I think the most important thing, and which is, I would say, 60% of these three things is attitude. You need to want to do something that's difficult, and you need to keep at it. Difficult to do. If you are all of us are businessmen. We all have money employed in our businesses. For us to take a project जिसका पता नहीं है end में जाके how much will we make or will we succeed or not is difficult. Honestly, but doing the conventional thing in any case is you know, it's difficult to make money doing that either. A lot of the people in this room, I personally know on the dais, have invested in doing difficult things, have invested in trying to do something that's not already happening in this country, and kudos to all of you. This is something that we will require to keep pushing. The second thing which I think, and adding to the point that Dr. Indu Shekhar was also speaking about, if you can sell globally, you can sell in India. To me, this is, you know, to me, Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, these are not two different things. This is one and the same thing. If you cannot sell globally, there is no reason why you can supply to the Indian army. They deserve the best. There is no reason why we should, anyone or you know, the industrial companies that we work with, we should always start by thinking about the global market. There is no reason that any product that I'm making cannot work for the US Army, the Middle East folks, European Army or anything. We target that, and to me, the Indian Army's problem will be solved easily. So having a global outlook, thinking global to me is critical. You know, once we start by saying, because any investments you make, right? If you take the global market, you'll be able to justify them. Anything that we do only for the local market, it'll never make sense. Your investments in R&D, machinery, people, all of that. Always think of the global markets, the Indian problem will solve itself. And I think, you know, I spoke about it, a tree takes time to grow. You know, for us personally, as Kusumgar, the Indian Army has been a great benefactor. They have, you know, helped us pursue projects that take 10 years, 12 years, you know, well, not as long sometimes. Sometimes we are able to solve their problems short, but they help us develop capabilities which help us grow as an organization and then work globally. But what we require is patience. Patience from our customers, patience from our suppliers, patience with our employees. But if we have these three things, there is nothing that is going to stop us from becoming Atmanirbhar. And I want to conclude on an optimistic note. On the 50th anniversary of our country's independence, Vajpayee ji, who was, you know, then alive with God's grace, जो कभी देखा ना था वो आज देखा तो है, जो कभी सोचा ना था वो आज सोचा तो है. हम जो भी चाहते हैं, we will 100% be able to do it. Let's keep at it. Let's be patient. Let's think globally. And, you know, we will definitely achieve not only our Prime Minister's, our collective vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ankur Kothari. Basically, he has covered the capacity of an Kusumgar's corporation. We normally assess the industry when we go for any sort of a technical assessment in terms of capacity and capability. Capacity, everybody will have the capability to absorb the technology and deliver the product meeting various requirements. That is what is most important. He has also touched upon some of the high-performance fibers, wherein we have not given much focus on the development of fibers, whether it is carbon fibers, Kevlar fibers, or even the acrylic fibers. Everything has been initiated. Almost two to three decades back, NAL initiated for the development of Kevlar fiber. One, Mr. Sridhar was able to develop it, but he couldn't take it to the industry level. Even the carbon fibers was also developed, which we have excellent industry like Pashupati Acrylon, who makes the basic acrylic material. So it's only how well you convert those acrylic materials into, that's a precursor for the carbon fibers. So it is not that actually we have not given focus on the development of fibers or the basic research has been initiated, triggered, but the real emphasis or possibly that importance was not given, because already there are globally established players. Whether our product will be able to meet the benchmarking properties of those materials, that was some sort of a lacuna or a fear of failure, that after investing so much of money, we'll be in a position to give that or not. And even the peak fiber, one of the good industries somewhere near Surat, Garda Chemicals, he had initiated for the development of polyether ether ketone fibers, which is extensively used in the missile applications. So there are industries which has got extensive potential, but only thing is that we are not able to connect them and get some information or create some sort of an interface between what exactly is the requirement. If you see the NTTM main focus is import substitution only. So we need to identify these areas wherein we can develop these fibers. Epoxy resin is also one thing. There is an industry in India, Atul Chemicals, who is making the epoxy resin, but we always rely on Huntsman because he's an established player. Nobody wants to try a material which is available in India, even though it meets the requirements. So these are some of the things. I will not take much time. He has also touched upon attitude and gratitude, which is very, very important from the industry point of view. God will always weigh you, putting both the things on either side of the balance. So he will finally decide which way you are going to weigh heavier. On that basis, he is going to decide about your organization. So both are equally important. I will not take much time. Now I will call Mr. Sudhir Thakkar, the founder director of System 5S. He has got a short acronym. He says that is basically he will be the 5S stands for safety, skill, scale, speed, and satisfaction of the customer, which is quite unique. And System 5S is basically credited with being the first company in India to bring the technology of manufacturing firefight suits. But I do feel that many other industries are also there, but let us hear what makes him special to say that he's the first industry in India to make firefighting suits. Is it the flame retardant suits? There's always a lot of confusion between flame retardant suits and fire retardant suits. So possibly he will iron out those differences also and give a much more better impression about this difference between fire and flame. Mr. Sudhir Thakkar is a graduate of BITS Pilani, who has been at the forefront in the Indian industry to understand the protective and safety equipment. And his specialized areas include heat and flame protection, which is a very popular word when it comes to flame retardancy. And he has got more than 20 years of experience in this particular field, and he has used this expertise for the last 2 decades to develop even specification and also standards for protection. We would like to hear from Mr. Sudhir Thakkar.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Indu Shekhar. I will highlight about your question in due course. Thank you for the opportunity. My topic today is taking you on a journey through history till we reach what we are today and what we can foresee in the future, specifically to firefighting and arc flash protection. So the first thing is in India, I wouldn't start off with statistics. We have, on an average per year, about 12 to 13,000 incidents of fire and 12,000 approximate deaths. Now, the history of firefighting. Before, the outer clothing used to be basically to keep a person warm and dry, then for protection from fire. They used to use trench coats of leather, canvas, and rubber. And the forerunner was modern turnout jackets. The earliest firefighters were in the city of Rome, and in World War II, the Auxiliary Fire Service and the National Fire Service were established. Before 1938, there was no countrywide standard for firefighting terms, procedures, ranks, or equipment. In the month of August in 1939, with war looking possible, the Fire Services Act came into being. Mumbai Fire Brigade is the first Indian in India to officially form the Fire Brigade in 1803. So this is the particular product that we are very passionate about, structural firefighting suits. And the various standards that are normally in vogue are the EN 469 2020, which is the latest standard. Then we have the EN 1486. This is specifically for reflective clothing, which is more of aluminized in nature. The American standard NFPA in 1971 is very unique because it captures the standard for structural firefighting, which is the equivalent to EN 469, as well as the reflective clothing made of aluminized, which is the equivalent to VN 1486. We have already a standard in India for structural firefighting, which is IS 16890, and thanks to BIS for taking this effort to get this standard up and going. Some of the amazing facts of firefighting. The turnout gear can withstand approximately up to 1000 degrees centigrade. A firefighter, when fighting a fire, is actually wearing anywhere between 5 to 30 kilos on his body. And then, in a house, if there's a lot of free space, there are almost no doors and walls, it will burn as fast as a match. Interesting facts. A firefighter needs 100 hours of training before legally being allowed to enter the interior of a burning building. How long does it take a firefighter to get dressed? I'm talking of the jacket, trouser, hood, helmet, gloves and boots. 2 minutes. In 120 seconds, he should be up and running when the fire call has come. Then, what do you think is one of the major causes that causes the death of a firefighter? Over 45% of the firefighters who die on duty is due to heart-related issues. Firefighters are 12 times more likely to die because of heart attacks. We're coming to the basic structure of a firefighting suit. It's a 3-layer. It consists of an outer layer, consists of a moisture barrier, and a thermal liner. This specification was designed approximately 100 years back. They're also known as bunker gear because of the history of storing in the bunk room of the fire department so that it can be easily accessible. One of the questions which are normally asked to us is, what is the lifetime of a fire turnout gear? It's approximately 3 to 5 years, barring any major damage to the equipment. And regular maintenance and advanced cleaning can always help prolong the lifespan of the turnout gear. So this is the core of the fire suit. You have the outer shell, which is basically an inherently flame retardant fabric. And we have some of the most well-known brands, like from DuPont, you have the Nomex, Kevlar, Thagin, PBO, PBI, Kermel, and several others. Then you have the moisture barrier. This is a technical textile, which will have a FR non-woven as a base, which is again made from inherently flame retardant fibers, and with a lamination which is either a PTFE or a PU. Some of the well-known brands are Gore-Tex, Sympatex, and Alpex. And you have a thermal liner, which is again a blend of an inherently flame retardant fiber, FR non-woven, kilted to a face cloth, which is again inherently flame retardant. Oh, I think we missed out on, okay. Now we come to arc flash. What is an arc flash? It's a sudden release of energy where a flashover of electric current leaves its intended path and travels through the air from one conductor to another or to the ground. So these are some of the photographs of arc flash. In India, we have approximately 30,000 arc flash incidents, and on an average, 7,000 burn injuries, 2,000 hospitalities, and 400 fatalities per year. It's very important to understand the arc flash boundary. Now, you see, understanding arc flash boundary is where the equipment is or where the possibility of an arc flash can occur. You have the restricted space, you have the limited space, which is called the limited approach boundary, and you have the arc flash boundary. So an individual who's working should actually work from beyond the arc flash boundary. Now, we have the history of how arc flash and arc flash standards were designed. Basically, the National Electric Code first was established in 1897, and in 1911, the National Fire Protection Association became the sponsor of NEC. In 1950s and early 1960s, Alice Stahl and Maria Chianta studied the effect of heat related to burn injury, where research determined the level of heat energy that would produce the onset of a second-degree burn. Where research led to the development is what is known as the Stahl curve, which is used to predict burn injury. The Stahl curve is used as the benchmark for determining the level of flame retardant clothing and associated PPE that should be worn for protection against thermal effects of an arc flash. Now, this is a brief history, like how NFPA 1970E came into being and how the arc flash hazard was first mentioned in 1995, and how the edition of 2000 mentioned the hazard risk category. Some of the arc flash facts are, because it's very important, because arc flash is a nascent industry as compared to firefighting. An arc flash causes electrical equipment to explode and can create a plasma fireball with temperatures as high as 4 times that of the temperature of the sun. Arc flashes can kill at a distance of even 10 feet. And arc flash has a sound magnitude of 140 dB, which can create problems for your hearing. Some of the standards for arc flash which are universally used are ASTM F1506, which is basically based on the general requirements. ASTM F1959 stands for the raw materials that are used in the arc flash protection, and ASTM F2621 talks of the end product, which is the garment. The equivalent of the ASTM F2621 is the IEC 61482 and the EN 61482, which stands for the end product standard. So basically, we need to understand, because many times we are all very knowledgeable people here, but for laymen, sometimes they feel that an arc flash protective clothing will protect them from an electric current. I just wanted to ensure that this is clarified. It does not protect you from electric current. The user from the incident energy, including it only protects you from the heat and flame arising out of the arc flash. So some of the technical textiles that are used in the arc flash are FR-treated cotton. So use treatments like Proban, Pyrovatex for making the cotton FR, or you have blends. You have blends of cotton with viscose, rayon, and others. Or you have polyamide blends with wool lysol, or you have inherently flame retardant fibers that has Nomex, Kevlar, mod acrylic, Panox, and several others. Now, arc flash suits can be made of single or multi-layered based on the protection levels that they give for the hazard risk category. Here we have the hazard risk category. This is basically, what shall I say, the mantra for protection. HRC 1, hazard risk category 1, and all values that you see are actually a reference of ATPV, arc thermal performance value. So if you are if a garment is offering a protection between, whatever, 1 to up to 8 cal, it's hazard risk category 1, and from 8 to 25, it's hazard risk category 2. From 25 to 40, it's 3, and from 40 and above is hazard risk category 4. This is the mantra under which the arc flash suits in the hazard risk category are used, along with the ATPV value. I come to now the core of the discussion. What is the future of firefighting and arc flash suits in India with respect to developed countries? The slide is very self-explanatory. However, I will give a few inputs from what my personal observations are. We're a long way off. India, we still are using very basic IFR fabrics in turnout gear, whereas in developed countries like EU and even China, for that matter. I know China is a forbidden word here, but I'm just making a comparison. US, EU are surely way ahead because they have so many inherently flame retardant fibers of blends which are far, far lighter, better performance, in terms of what we use here. We have a long way to go. We do not have a DRD. What's a DRD? It's a drag rescue device which is inherently built into the fire suit to drag a person who's probably fallen down or he's to rescue him. We don't have. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. I'll 2 minutes, sir. Yeah. And we don't have cushioning effects. We don't have specialized accessories. And most important, we don't have a proper wash care, repair, and maintenance facility.
Really faced any technical challenges, those things I think will be much more interesting.
Yes,
because specification data is fine, history is fine,
right,
but what is the real challenge in developing these things? In
Yeah.
what way the materials are unique? What is the why the reason that a specific fiber is giving this type of protection? Those things will highlight and bring in some more interesting facts about these materials. If you can quickly summarize, maybe 1 minute, I think it would be great.
Okay, sir. Fair enough, sir. So basically, I would like to close by saying that currently in India, regarding arc flash suits and firefighting, in India, we are personally using firefighting suits which are not given on an individual basis. So in the future, I foresee that we will be using fire suits which are going to be given on an individual basis, and there will be more focus on the fact that the wash care, repair, and maintenance will become a very important aspect once the fire suits are given. And like Doctor said, one of the aspects which of technical textiles which we will have to inculcate in the manufacture of firefighting suits or in arc flash suits would be using high performance technical textiles such as blends of fibers that I'm already aware of, using more of blends of pararamides, metaramides blended with polybenzimidazole or polybenz oxidazole, panox. These fibers will give better protection as compared to the traditional para and metaramides. This is my feeling. Now these fabrics or fibers are being sourced from abroad. I foresee that this will happen in India in the near future, and we will have to spend a lot of time and effort and money to get to there. Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir Thakkar. In fact, we were not much knowledgeable about the arc flash materials and the specifications. He has extensively covered about various specification requirements. There is a DRDO laboratory called CFIS, which also works on these fire entry suits, wherein it is expected to give a protection for almost 30 seconds. And he has already covered about the composite ensemble of breathable layer, aluminum layer, insulation layer. So these are the basic constructions of these suits. And he has also talked about the smoke, the combustion products, specific extinction area, because most of the deaths happen essentially because of the byproducts given out by the materials and also the smoke density. So I'll not take much time. I would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Narendra Vinayak Rao Kajale. Mr. Narendra Vinay Rao Kajale, Vice President, Innovation and Technology Texport Syndicate India Limited, Advanced Material Division, and chemical engineer with 7 years of rich experience, end-to-end experience in various functions like application development, business development, sales and manufacturing of fibers like aramid, nylon, polyester, and rayon. When he is mentioning about manufacturing of fibers like aramid, we would like to know, because we thought that aramid fibers are still yet to be manufactured in India. Possibly, if you can highlight that development, we will be grateful. Currently, I think a very huge, a lot of information is there. I think I will not be able to go through that, but he's currently working on life-changing disruptive technologies on 3D printing of direct textile structure, graphene for thermal management, composites and filtration, active number of BAs. He's an active member of a BAS committee for proposing standards in the field of human protection, composites, which is one of the most emerging technology, which has been assessed by one of the international community. Out of the 10 best technologies, the composite stands in somewhere in the 6th or 7th. And we should be happy that the textile fraternity, the basic reinforcement material for composites is essentially textiles only. Unfortunately, wherever we go, compared to engineering discipline, textile is normally not given much importance. But people should think the whole world is moving from metals to plastics to reinforced plastics. Yeah, now I request Mr. Narendra Kajali to give the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Indu Shekhar, for a great introduction. Thank you, my colleagues on the dais, and thank you, NITRA, ITTA, for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. Today, the topic of my presentation is on latest trends in protective wear. So it's difficult to meet expectation of Dr. Indu Shekhar to talk more about the manufacturing processes, but I would try to cover as much as I can within the stipulated time. So my presentation comprises of various trends. It starts with the global mega trends, then followed by the geographical trends, then coupled with the trends in hazards, and then how the technology is evolving to match the trends in the which are evolving in hazards. Then I'll also be talking about some underlying trends which takes the personal protective gears to the next level, and then some thoughts to ponder upon as an industry. So talking about the mega trends. So as we all know, the global we don't want to go by numbers, but we all know that global population is going to increase. 35% of the global population is going to be urbanized very soon. And as we all know, India is becoming the global factory, providing the next best alternative to China. It's up to us how we come up to that expectation from the global buyers and prove ourselves as a credible supplier of technical textile product and specifically protective wear in particular. So what mega trend and demand driver we feel here is the higher global population, increased levels of education and awareness, rapid urbanization, rapid industrialization, and high productivity needs basically warrants the increased need of human safety at workplace and of the workplace. The demand for PPE is to explode as soon as we have standards in place and mandates are put up in place. I borrowed this chart from Mr. Amit Agrawal, who is the chairman of ITTA, and because this was this was fitting well into my trends, which I'm going to talk today. So the important thing which I like to emphasize here is that the first geographical chart on the top left, it talks about the less than 5%, the US and the Europe, they are less than 5% growth rate, 30% of the population. But we should understand that 80% of the PPE business today happening from any country is coming from 30% of the world population with less than 5% growth. We have other quadrant on the same chart which is growing more than 5%, and the 70% population is staying there. So imagine if the standards and the mandates are put up in place and the industry creates that awareness, the quantum at which this business would do would be unimaginable. The second quadrant on the right top talks about the how the standards are there. There are very strong standards in Europe and America, whereas the standards in our part of the world are very lenient. We form the standard for the sake of it, and they are not followed wholeheartedly. The third chart talks about the focus area of the industry. So we also saw in the morning in Mr. Amit Agrawal's presentation the statistics of insurance money that is being paid in spite of having stricter standards and high compliances, around $120 billion spent every year. And those are coming from these industry segments which we talk about in the third quadrant, which is, if we look at the North America and the Europe part, Canada part of it, it's building and construction, mining, oil and gas is the industry which is predominantly generating the volumes for protective wear. Then on the top side, like Russia, China, Japan, they are into building and construction and heavy engineering. The Asia part of it is into manufacturing and building and construction, and the lower part of it is mining and building and construction. So as we see that the building and construction, oil and gas, and heavy engineering and mining, these are the sectors which are generating humongous business in protective wear. So now, I mean, looking at these three geographical trends, what it is giving us is depicting the hazard trends. Based on this split of the needs industry-wise and the geographical needs, the hazards which conventionally, which are known to us, is the fire, electric arc, molten metal, chemical, and accidental hazards. But the hazards that are evolving based on these structural changes in the demand are, the people are getting more and more educated and more health conscious. So health as a, I mean, in sports, people are getting more and more involved into sports, and there are hazards associated with it, with the physical exercise. I have heard Mr. Saxena today in his speech talking about athleisure as a segment. So as more and more people are getting engaged in sports, the hazards related to sports, the injuries related to sports, that is causing an opportunity, that is leading an opportunity for the protective wears to come up. Then extreme climate, we are every day noticing the global temperatures are increasing, so there are extremes of hot and extremes of cold. So all the protective equipment that they need to adapt to these changing conditions, so implicit control of the clothing, that is generating a demand, that is generating a segment which is very important from the perspective of protective wear. Then cut radiation, we are moving from 3G to 4G to 5G. We are exposing ourselves excessively to radiation, so it is imperative. It would definitely bring us to a point where we would need to protect ourselves from this radiation and be healthy and strong. The filtration, the air quality, water qualities, and of course the chemical exposures that are happening with the rapid industrialization. The filtration also leads us to the requirement which would support the protective wear as a segment. So if we have to summarize the urbanization, high industrial growth, high productivity demands, these are challenging the limits of safety like never before. Economies and industries are growing, and so does the hazard. So technology has to evolve if we have to manage these hazards. So my next chart talks about how I have picked up the three top hazard which are listed here, and how the technology is evolving to challenge, to mitigate those risks. That is covered on my next chart. So we are talking here about so health, which we talked about as a sports and athleisure, wherein we are exposed to various hazards related to injuries, hazards which are related to sports, radiation, and filtration, which is filtration predominantly air, water, chemical, and biological. So the first part is the sports and athleisure, which is going to create humongous need for very technical garments, the protective wear. Is the basically it's a hydrophobic and hydrophilic properties on the same fabric without use of active membrane. So two sides of the same fabric, they show different affinities to the water, leading to implicit moisture management, and that gives comfort to the wearer who is engaged into sports. So this is the technology which this technology was existing globally. Scholler was first company to introduce this, but not many people know that even though this was introduced by Scholler in the market few years ago, it has been manufactured in India and marketed by Scholler for since its inception. So these products, they are available in India right now. If we understand that we are going heavy in the entire domain of protective wear, India is trying to become a substantial player into sports and athleisure. So this technology, this is available to provide the solutions related to it. Yeah. Then implicit control for protecting from radiation, which is energy. So implicit temperature control and conductive coating technologies, they are evolving. So they conduct energy and they transmit it in plane to protect from the various energy exposures. And for filtration, active membrane lamination for filtration. So the type of the membrane and the way it is laminated would decide whether it will protect us from various hazards related to chemical pollutants or the biological pollutants or the air and water related waterborne pollutants. So application horizons, with these trends, there are different application horizons. Defense is still the largest domestic buyer, so I put it as number 1. So all the protective wear, we should focus more on supporting our defense forces. Then industrial workwear, cement, and molten metal. These are the industries which are extremely important for us to look at from generating the business. The fire and thermal, followed by medical, weather and sports is also coming up, cut protection, pharma, and disaster management. These are the horizons wherein the business would come from. The typical case study of CBRNE, I'll not go into detail. I think Dr. Indu Shekhar and Debel is extremely engaged in developing this. But basically, it talks about the principle of protection is nothing but filtration. The toxic gases or the biological threats enters through the permeable first meta-aramid layer, and then it passes through the tortuous path of non-woven structure, and then it gets arrested into the micropore, mesopore, and nanopore structure of the active carbons. And there are different grades of carbon, the way they are laminated. The carbons can be spherical, they can be in the form of fabric, they can be in the form of membranes also. So they are laminated to the fabric and they are integrated together to form a suit. So this is typically a case study of a CBRNA suit. Similarly, extreme cold climate clothing, what we have been talking about. Unfortunately, the slide got distorted, but it has different layers, which are nothing but the combinations of the thermal insulations and the membrane. And the principle of protection is we retain the internal body heat inside of the garment. We prevent the water ingress. We prevent the air ingress. So it's like a one-way traffic. Allow vapor to flow out, and we design the flow value in such a way that the entire system provides more than 5.5 flow value, and any combination of the two garments. Yeah, I'm finishing. Yeah. So the combination of the two sets would be nearly 4. So this is achieved by combining the different laminating and functional membranes with the fabric. So this is the last underlying trend. With all these trends, which are geographical in nature, which are in terms of technology related to the hazard, the most underlying trend is we have to change our approach from being reactive to proactive. And one of the response, if we have to change the response to any threat from reactive to proactive, we have to integrate this with hazard proximity warning system like gas detection or chemical environment detection. That would change our response from reactive to proactive, ensuring the better safety. We can integrate these solutions optionally with health condition and location monitoring system, which would make these gears smarter. And making these gears to remotely transmit the data to the nearest server would make them artificially intelligent. So what I would say here is proactive, smarter, and artificially intelligent gears would take industry to next level for sure. This is my last chart, which is thoughts to ponder upon. Do we really?
You can leave this food for thought. They will go through that presentation.
Yeah. So what I would like to say is an equal size industry can stand in parallel to the conventional textile if and when we decide. We have to remember we generated a business of 10,000 crore in just 3 months during COVID-19 pandemic. Industry and industry body, they just need to decide, and government has to enable. That would take this business to the next level. I belong to a company called Texport. We are ISO 9001, 14001 certified company. And if you have any needs related to functional fabric and protective workwear, you can contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narendra. I think I need to step up on the accelerator further because time is running out. He has basically covered a few important aspects related to protection against radiation, which is actually an untapped area which has not been properly addressed. He was also talking about the NBC. Normally we talk about NBC, but the gamma radiation protection is still an area wherein none of the industries have made a sincere or a concerted effort to develop such type of things. Yes, we have graduated from activated charcoal powder to activated carbon spheres to activated carbon fabrics, but the next level of protection is obviously gamma radiation protection, especially for the collective bunkers and all. So these are the areas which are quite exciting and emerging technologies wherein the industries need to focus rather than focusing more on the PPE or some of the basic textiles. So he also talked about hydrophobicity and hydrophilicity, which is one of the important aspects that needs to be considered when it comes to extreme cold weather clothing. Indian Army is still not so happy with the existing stuff what has been given. So there is a lot of scope for development of this extreme cold clothing or the sub-zero or the glacier clothing, which has not yet been developed. So normally he was also talking about hydrophilicity. We expect the water vapor transmission to be in the range of at least 3,000 grams per meter square per 24 hours. That is the level of breathability what you expect when you are involved in a very rigorous activity. Now I'll go into the last speaker. His biodata is very short, so I expect that presentation will also be very short. He is Mr. Praveen Kora. He is the Chief Marketing Manager, Arvind Mills Limited. In fact, as a child, when I was wearing denims, I always used to feel very proud about Arvind products because that is the base fabric which was developed in India, sold worldwide, used to get stitched and come back to India and being sold at a higher price. So the industries like Gokak Mills, Arvind Mills, Reliance, they are all the industries who have actually taken our products to the global level. So he has done his BTech Textiles from NIT Jalandhar and post-graduation in Marketing and Business Administration from IGNOU. He has almost 2 decades of experience in organizations like Arvind Mills Limited and also JCT. He will talk mostly on Arvind only, not on JCT. So, and Group Korea and Intertech also. EL and Group Korea Intertech. Over to Mr. Praveen.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see people from coming all walks of textile, Ministry of Textile, DRDO, NITRA, ITA, and industry partners coming together on such a platform. So my presentation is really long, but I'll cut it short, coming to the subject quickly. So Arvind, I'll brief in 2 minutes. Like we are now one among the very ethical, biggest in size industry in India, very much respected industry in India. We are into textile retail, advanced materials, environment solutions, engineering, and real estate at the moment. 1.5 billion is this thing. I think these figures will not interest you more, sir. So we started in 1931, and within 50 years, we took it to become the largest denim manufacturer in the world. Then the whole story started, where in advanced material division, the human protection is part of this advanced material division that is started some 10 years back. So I will just run through these fast. So quickly, we are a decade-long relation with global iconic brands that you can see on screen, where it either manufacture or manage those operations through joint ventures or other arrangements in India. Sustainability part, we do our bit by helping 90,000 farmers and taking care of over 3 lakh acres of sustainable cotton cultivation. There comes BCA cotton and organic cotton, etc. So environment sustainability, we are like trying our bit to contribute in terms of water through zero liquid discharge or 100% recycled water uses in our industry. Energy-wise, we are into saving energy and manufacture solar rooftop energy setup we have. Then chemicals also, we are ZDHC, zero discharge of hazardous chemicals out of our industry. So these are the other divisions I will not touch upon here. So advanced material division in Arvind comprises of human protection, advanced composites, and industrial products, wherein we cater to different segments. Human protection, as we specifically talking about Protech here. Human protection, we do manufacture products like flame retardant protective clothing, workwear clothing, which goes to various industries, high visibility clothing, then special protection garments, which includes garments for our defense forces and export as well. Then we have biological protective clothing as well. So Arvind started its journey in this personal protection gear some 10 years back. Now, as we talk, Make in India concept is coming in, Textile Ministry is helping, government is helping, coming out to Make in India and Buy in India kind of concept, where we are listening a lot of noise about it. But you can imagine, like 10 years back, how the things were difficult to find the suppliers, even like suppliers of fiber. So if we talk about Atmanirbhar part, we are like now, it's been 10 years, as I said, Atmanirbhar part, we have the processes totally Atmanirbhar with us. Still, fiber is a common problem or common area of concern, which is to be addressed when we talk about Make in India concept. Process is total indigenized, and market is, again, 90% of our product goes to export section only. Only 10%, despite of having major population here, and demand should be equally good, but it is not. It is worse because of the lenient regulatory systems regarding protection of human being. So Make in India, Arvind is fully geared up to do that, and already doing that, catering to industries like oil and gas, foundries, construction, firefighting, automobiles, mining, healthcare, utilities, welding, hospitality, aviation, defense. Defense, not only India, but we are catering to other countries, like some countries in the Middle East as well. So Make in India is not difficult. Only thing is sell in India is a little difficult because of the regulatory things are not there. So major industry players are not coming and investing into innovation or more of R&D towards the product that are needed here in India, be it for defense or be it for the other setups. So once we streamline those things, like buying patterns or the buying criteria taken by our defense forces or ministries is standardized like the other global buyers are doing, then definitely that will give us a push to the industry to manufacture more, focus more toward the innovation. And even when we have a larger demand happening towards fiber and other materials in India, definitely companies manufacturing, fibers outside India, they will definitely come and put up plants, or other industry partners may also invest and come, and some support may come from Ministry of Textile as well. So without taking much of the time, I have tried and explained like all the products regarding it, TOG, firefighting suit, or special clothing, ECW, CS, we are all in with all our current knowledge and strengths. And then we are further working for, especially for defense forces, on the stellar technology garments or equipment, wherein we can say from far IR arrangements. So again, in FR clothing, even we have more than 5 global patents. Our sustainable processes and products are sustainable. Either these are NFPA certified, UL certified, or EN certified. So thank you so much for your time and patience.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen Kora, for the short and sweet presentation. Yes, we appreciate the efforts of Arvind Mills. In fact, some of the high-performance tertiary blend which is being developed by, which has been manufactured by Arvind Mills is extensively used in the Indian aviation sector and also in the Indian Air Force. And they expect Arvind Mills, being such a giant organization, should also invest heavily in the development of fibers rather than using 93.5 to tertiary blend from DuPont. So this is where the industries like Garware, Reliance, Arvind Industries have to come up. In fact, Mr. Mahendra Gowda was also telling Government of India is ready to give 50 crores, 100 crores for the development of the fibers. And some of the machinery development, whether you take any shuttle-less looms, anything, everything comes from abroad. So these are areas, even the minister also mentioned that even if it is able to meet 80% of the benchmark level, we are ready to take those equipment, machinery. So the focus needs to be on that. And there are also other exciting technologies, like he was also mentioning about NIR. Why only near infrared? You can go up to thermal band also, multispectral camouflage systems. So there is a huge scope rather than only focusing on PP kit or thing. You should also go into some value-added products. You explore possibility of using some high-performance fibers. Why silk also? Silk is also a very good fiber which can be used for some of the technical applications. So he was also mentioning about Make in India. It should be made in India. Make in India is, okay, you take technologies, you assemble it and give it, that makes it Make in India. But it has to be manufactured on the Indian soil. That is where the importance of technical textiles come into picture, wherein we can give a global picture at the international level. Now, I think we have completed, maybe we are slightly overshot by around 10 to 15 minutes. But that's not an issue. And after each and every presentation, it has been already summarized. So Dr. Mahendra Gowda also wants to just talk about summarizing this one. I would like to give this opportunity to Dr. Mahendra Gowda, please.
Thank you, Dr. Indrashekar. I think it was a wonderful presentation by everyone. I think they were focusing more on flame hazards and all that. Even CBRN and all that. Many people, they are afraid whether we can venture into this lot of standards, legislation and all that. I think there are a lot of avenues which have not been really, discovered or, really ventured into that. Some of the areas are human protection, not only PPE kits, but in terms of filtration. The virus, which has created a big havoc. There is a great opportunity for some of the people to develop antiviral fabrics. It could be done at fabric stage, even one could venture in to make the fiber. So as Dr. Indrashekar was telling, so we could look into fiber manufacturing. As Vardhaman makes Varlon, we were working for a consultancy project for them long back, myself and my guide at IIT Delhi. I think we should request them to go for, because PAN being the precursor, either whether they can venture into making carbon. Of course, Reliance is coming out with a 100 plus crores project to make carbon fiber. Similarly, SRF is making nylon 6, but could they consider venturing into making nylon 6.6, which is a better fiber for some of the technical applications? And we are in this lookout for bigger industries who could really come participate in our mission. And directly we are welcoming them, and in collaboration with some of the institutes, DRDO and CSIR laboratories which have done some of the pilot works. So they're most welcome to manufacture some of the specialty fibers. And the another one is that I said we are coming out with the startup policy. Even a student who is currently pursuing BTech could apply for that. So the startup grant up to around 50 lakhs could be given. Under that, we will be releasing sooner, maybe this month or by coming month, because the ideas could be with anyone. So any Indian, he may be a student, he may be a common man, not necessarily scientist. So scientists do not think he is sitting at DST or somewhere. So we are all scientists who will be working on some of the ideas. So you are all most welcome. And we welcome the young players to take up, and big players like Reliance, Arvind, many others. I am sorry, I am naming only few. There are many others. So as Dr. Indrashekar rightly said, so make in India is that, so get something, assemble here and deliver. It could go on, but make something here itself right from the beginning, make the base itself here. That will make us really be very robust and Atmanirbhar for longer runs. So my request to everyone, kindly take part in this mission and you try to explore the unexplored, areas. There are many ones. Technical textiles is one big thing where you can really think. You can go to Google, that is a friend which will give a lot of ideas. As I said, the filters, HEPA filters, Alpha filter, that is another. I don't think there is any Indian manufacturer. You can make, the best idea is you take how filtration happens in the cigarettes. The people who may smoke may know about that and all that. From there, that idea has been taken and people are, purchasing that. So one can venture into that. It doesn't require high sophisticated machinery to make all such things. So some startups could come or bigger companies could diversify. So they could go for technical textiles who are already well established in cotton and conventional textiles. So that is my request to them. So let us take it forward and invest in a bigger way. Of course, there could be some risk factor. As one of the panelists said, we should have more patience from both the manufacturer side and the user side. Of course, legislations would be there, but we Indians have a great mind to accommodate and use. As we started using the masks, there was no legislation for that. Still, when we go to the flight, we travel in flights, they always repeat, use the mask. So, that is the simple one. So like that, we could start with something, then we could legislate and bring in standards and really meet the global standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sirs. That was really a wonderful session and very informative one. A big round of applause once again, everyone. And it's the time to give a token of love and appreciation from our side to all our panelists and the moderators and the keynote addresser also. So I would now like to request Mr. Mahendra Gowda, RV, to kindly honor Mr. Khushvinder Singh Dhillon, Messrs. JCT Limited, with the token of love from our side. Kindly present the memento. Loud applause, please. I request Dr. R. Indushekar to kindly present the memento to Mr. Ankur Kothari, Messrs. Kusumgar Corporate Private Limited. I request Mr. Mahendra Gowda to kindly present the memento to Mr. Sudhir Thakkar, Messrs. System 5S. I request Dr. R. Indushekar to kindly present the memento to Mr. N.V. Kajale, Messrs. Texport Syndicate India Limited. I request, loud applause please, Mr. Mahendra Gowda to kindly present the memento to Mr. Parveen Kora, Messrs. Arvind Limited. Loud applause please. I request Mr. Vivek Agrawal to kindly present the memento to Dr. Indu Shekhar, our session moderator. I request Dr. Arindam Basu to kindly present the memento to Mr. Mahendra Gowda, RV, our keynote addresser. Thank you so much once again to all our dignitaries. It's the time for the lunch break now. So it's going to be a half an hour lunch break. I request all the members and the dignitaries to kindly join for the lunch break. So after half an hour, we're going to reunite out here at the same place and we're going to start the next session. I'm sure you all are waiting for that. So see you all. Enjoy the lunch, please. Thank you. And for the same, I would now like to invite on dais our session moderator, Mr. Sandeep Hora, CEO, Aeronav Industrial Safety Appliances, to please come up on the stage. Loud applause, please. I request our panelists to join the stage. Kedar Varun Verma, Indian Navy. Sir, please come up on the stage. Loud applause, everyone. So we have here with us our commander joining us in today's program and in this panel discussion. I request Mr. G.P. Banik from BSF to please come up on the stage. Loud applause, everybody. I request Mr. Vishnu Dwivedi from CRPF to kindly come up on the stage. Loud applause, everybody. And I also request Dr. M.S. Parmar, Director NITRA, to please come and join the dais. Loud applause, everyone. Dr. M.S. Parmar. It's a time for the bouquet presentation ceremony, and for the same, I now request Ms. Shweta Saxena to kindly present the bouquet to our session moderator, Mr. Sandeep Hora, CEO, Aeronav Industrial Safety Appliances. Loud applause, please. Dear all, Mr. Sandeep Hora is a gold medalist from Ford School of Management and the awardee of prestigious Sampath Kumar Memorial Award for All-Round Excellence from Manipal Institute of Technology. He has spent a large part of his growing years with close proximity to the defense services as he hailed from a defense background. His quest for knowledge and excellence has been the catalyst for innovation, research and development of a number of advanced technical textile protective wear for the Indian Armed Forces. This first-generation entrepreneur has a long-term association with global knowledge-based companies with keen interest in technical textiles. Being patriot at heart and driven by strong passion to indigenize, he has been the key attributes towards the focused approach of his company, Messrs. Aeronav Industrial Safety Appliances. His company, Aeronav Industrial Safety Appliances, closely follows its motto of protecting the protectors. Apart from being Vice Chairman of NITRA Council, he is also a part of advisory boards, BIS Committee and Overseas Fabric Association. I request Sir to kindly start the session. Loud applause, please, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome early to the early birds after the lunch and for the others who are yet to join. We had a first session which was very informative and talked about the prospect of the 10% indigenization of the protective textile products in our country. And now we move forward to our next session, which is going to be the experience and expectations of our consumers towards adoption of Indian protective textiles. As rightly pointed out in the earlier session, a protective garment or a protective textile first rings the bell about a garment being flame resistant. And as rightly pointed out by one of the panel members earlier, we have to look beyond just being fire retardant or fire resistance. In the case of the defense services, the other services like CISF, Ministry of Home Affairs, the gentlemen who stand day and night guarding our borders. Today, we are proud to even say that we have the ladies doing the job for us, the women, finding their advent into the fighter aircrafts, into the riot police forces, the specialized forces, and also moving towards the front line. What is extremely important, which I must reiterate to everybody, is that comfort, functionality, safety, and durability are the basic guidelines on which any protective wear is designed and should be designed for use in the industry. As far as our panel members are concerned, I would like to say that all members are from the forces, and they are going to give their own individual forces expectations, and it is up to our industry to rise to the occasion. We already have a robust industry in our country, catering to most of the requirements. But what we would like to hear from our panel members here today is what are their futuristic requirements, what are the shortfalls, and where would they like to go? So, without taking too much of time, I'd like to invite our first speaker. He's from the Indian Navy. That's Commander Varun Verma, and he's a logistics officer. Commander Verma is from the Indian Navy Directorate of Clothing and Victualling and has served on board a number of ships. He comes with the rich knowledge of what is happening on the ship and what are the requirements to be used by the protective technical textiles on the ships. He has been on board the INS Darshak, INS Shivalik, and he has also been an ADC to the Governor of Orissa. He has been part of the material organizations at Visakhapatnam. Presently, he is posted in the Directorate of Clothing and Victualling at Delhi. Dear sir, I request you to please give out your presentation and enrich us with your thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Commander Varun Verma, and I'm representing Indian Navy today. Indian Navy operates in 3 dimensions, so to say surface, subsurface, and airborne. Clothing requirement depends upon medium of operation. Specifications have been developed in consultation with trade, industry, and professional organizations. We have tailored the specification as per our requirements. I represent the Directorate of Clothing and Victualling, that is the nodal directorate for clothing items in the Indian Navy. Formulation and upgradation of specifications is our charter, and Indian Navy endeavors to adopt all new trends in textile arena. Technical textile used in Indian Navy comprise today of fire-resistant action overall, aluminized fire proximity suit, Bristol suit, NBC permeable suit, and NBC decontaminator suit. There are more items which we have identified and that has a potential to be introduced as the technical textile. Our feedback from on-ground, I'll be amplifying it now, is that the Bristol suit, or for example the other suit, if they can be of a faster drying material, they can be lighter in weight. The zips and Velcro can be of a better quality because it deteriorates faster. The color fastness is also one area which we would like an improvement, and comfort and breathability. Because of the environment that we are there, the saline water, we are exposed to it, so all these requirements should be catered, and it should withstand all the Indian climatic conditions in India as well as abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Verma. I didn't have to stop you from speaking. And appreciate your sweet, short, and focused presentation. As far as the Indian Navy is concerned, we have to appreciate the fact that they guard our coasts, and they spend time in climatic conditions where the humidity goes up to 99 to 100%. Apart from that, we also have to appreciate that when they are at sea, they could either be over the sea or they could be at least 80 meters to 100 meters below sea level in the submarines. I, for a person, have had the privilege of being 100 meters down in the sea in the engine room of a submarine. And if I share the experience with you, it'll be surprising for you to know that almost everybody inside the engine room either goes in for a period of only 10 minutes or goes in with his overall off his shoulders because it's so hot and humid inside. So probably that is one of the challenge areas which we can ask the industry, especially in technical textiles, as to how to address it. Rightly pointed out by the commander, our range of technical textiles is not limited only to the fabric portion today. We have to understand that the entire value chain which is there, whether it is a zipper, whether it's a Velcro, whether it's a sewing thread, whether it's a snap button, everything together, whether it's a reflective tape, everything put together contributes towards the quality. Sir, from the industry perspective, I'm sure we have an august gathering with many members here who are ready to rise to the occasion. And I assure you that there are many members here, and I, on behalf of NITRA, definitely want to come forward and work with you towards strengthening your specifications with the latest in technology so that we are able to provide you the world-class protective equipment that you want to serve the nation and to serve the guardians of our nation. Thank you, sir, once again. We have our next panel speaker. That's Mr. G.P. Banik. He is Deputy Commandant and he is representing the IGBSF headquarters. He deals actively with the clothing and tenting equipment, I believe the general stores. Dear sir, please give us your few words.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries, delegates, and participants, a very good afternoon. I have this opportunity to attend this session on behalf of IGBSF provisioning, who could not attend this session due to commitment. Thanks. With the, I would just cover the BSF specific user requirement and also few words about NITRA and ITTA, those who are working upon for development of the technical textile items. With the government's increased focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India and thrust for modernization of armed forces, there is a huge potential for protective textile in India. The technical textile materials and product indigenously manufactured in India could now meet the operational and functional requirements of armed forces. Many OEMs are now capable of manufacturing indigenous products of technical textile items, textile soft armored panel, bullet resistant vest, bullet resistant jackets, helmets, body protective clothing equipments, technical textile categories which is meeting the operational requirements of armed forces and CFF. There is a need of 100% indigenization of technical textile products for defense, paramilitary force, police force personnel. At present, the BIS has formulated the QR specification of such technical textile category products. Few are available, which have been approved by the BPRND, and with recommendation of that all CFF will procure the same to meet their operational requirement. Apart from this, CFF including BSF need to procure weather-specific clothing uniform items, fire-resistant clothing uniform items, sweat-absorbent clothing uniforms items, and for the area of humidity. And we also need the special uniform items for a desert area and extreme cold climate clothing items. The Northern India Textile Research Association is playing a very important role in assisting CIPF in formulation and revision of QR specification as well as trial directives in respect of authorized clothing items which are already prevailing for us, for our troops in CIPF and BSF. The experience of BSF consumers and buyers are quite satisfactory towards adoption of Indian protective textiles. The Indian Technical Textile Association ITTA is promoting, supporting, developing and increasing the production, consumption and export technical textile to make India a powerhouse of technical textile in the days to come. NITRA, CITRA and other textile research associations are being employed for carrying out technical inspection of the products which CAPF buyers are procuring from manufacturers for establishing its quality assurance. The research and development works being done by these textile associations are quite appreciable and commendable. The list of technical textile protective clothing equipments which BSF and other CAPF are procuring are bullet-resistant jackets, bullet-resistant helmets, body protective uniform clothing equipments, extreme cold climate clothing uniform items, special clothing and mountaineering clothing equipments, special clothing, marine clothing equipments, life-saving jackets, special desert clothing uniform items, special clothing items for humidity and northeast region, फायरबॉर्न रेजिस्टेंट क्लॉथिंग यूनिफॉर्म आइटम्स। इसके बाद में मैं ये आप कुछ बातें कहना चाहता हूँ कि बीएसएफ एक ऐसा फोर्स है जो कि आर्मी के साथ में भी है, हाई एल्टीट्यूड में डिप्लॉयड है। इसके अलावा हर बॉर्डर में नॉर्मल एरिया पीस एरिया में है और टॉप एरिया में है, डेजर्ट एरिया में डिप्लॉयड है। और इस सब देखते हुए बीएसएफ का ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट थोड़ा ज़्यादा है। जिस हिसाब से हम देखा जाए तो स्पेशल क्लॉथिंग यूनिफॉर्म आइटम्स जो लेते हैं ईसीसी क्लॉथिंग आइटम्स, ये एट पार आर्मी का रिक्वायरमेंट है। मैं अपने बीएसएफ के बारे में जो इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ। इसके अलावा बीएसएफ के पास में वाटर विंग है, वेटनरी विंग है, वो केवल अपने फोर्स ट्रूप्स के लिए नहीं बल्कि जो ट्रूप्स की और भी जो फाइटिंग स्ट्रेंथ है, जैसे डॉग्स है, कैमल्स है और वो अपना जो है डॉग्स है, कैमल्स है और हॉर्सेस है, ये भी बीएसएफ में डिप्लॉयड है, ये भी ऑपरेशनल ड्यूटी में करते हैं। इनके लिए भी क्लॉथिंग आइटम्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है जो कि एक्सप्लोर की जा सकती है। इसके ऊपर में जो यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है लोग इसको एक्सप्लोर करेंगे कि क्या कुछ क्लॉथिंग आइटम इनके लिए आज तक तो बनी नहीं है, उसको इम्प्रोवाइज करके इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। तो अभी इसके ऊपर में भी बीएसएफ की रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ सकती है। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि कोई क्यूआर स्पेसिफिकेशन ऐसे उनके लिए भी क्लॉथिंग आइटम बने। बीएसएफ को देखते हुए जो ऑपरेशनल हजार्ड्स है, जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो कश्मीर के ऊपर में देखा गया कि उधर खास करके ऑयल बुखारी जो है, किरोसिन ऑयल बुखारी जो इस्तेमाल होती है, उससे काफ़ी फायर एक्सीडेंट होती है और प्री फैब्रिकेटेड कंटेनर होता है, उसके बाद आग लग जाती है। तो कुछ ऐसा इक्विपमेंट्स, क्लॉथिंग इक्विपमेंट्स होना चाहिए जो उसको फायर फाइटिंग के लिए इस्तेमाल हो सकते हैं। ये काफ़ी डेलिब्रेशन हुआ है इसके ऊपर में, लेकिन बीएसएफ की रिक्वायरमेंट मैं जस्ट प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि बीएसएफ इस तरह क्लॉथिंग के ऊपर में एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि अच्छा उसके रिक्वायरमेंट को मीट करें, ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट। इसके बीएसएफ मेराइन एरिया में, रण ऑफ कच्छ में डिप्लॉयड है, तो वहाँ पे मर्सी एरिया है, वाटर लगिंग है, उस एरिया में ड्यूटी करने के लिए बीएसएफ को इस तरह आइटम भी चाहिए जो भी पानी के अंदर में इस्तेमाल हो सकता है, जो वाटर बुयंट जैकेट्स वगैरह, लाइफ सेविंग जैकेट्स वगैरह की रिक्वायरमेंट है, तो बीएसएफ ये सब प्रोक्योर करने के चाहेगा कि उसे स्पेशली उस डिज़ाइन किया डेवलप हो सके। दूसरे और एक जो आता है कि अपने फोर्सेस के रिक्वायरमेंट फिल किया कि जो बीएसएफ को देखते हुए कि ये बंगाल से लेकर के कश्मीर तो केवल कॉम्बैट फोर्स नहीं है, कॉम्बैट नहीं करता, ये स्मगलिंग के एंटी स्मगलिंग ड्यूटी भी करता है। जो बंगाल के ऊपर देखेंगे वहाँ ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट है कि वहाँ जो है स्मगलिंग होती है, रैंडम जो है पूरा स्मगलर्स काफ़ी मात्रा में फोर्सेस को अटैक करते हैं और करने के उस पर स्मगलिंग एक्टिविटीज़ को जारी करने के लिए उसके ऊपर स्टोन पेल्टिंग होता है, दाव इस्तेमाल करते हैं, चाकू इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ये सब रिक्वायरमेंट बीएसएफ आएगा आगे वाले दिन में। और काफ़ी मात्रा में इस तरह इक्विपमेंट की हम क्यूआर स्पेसिफिकेशन बनाना चाहेंगे और फ्यूचरिस्टिक डिमांड में शामिल करेंगे। आज की डेट में इस तरह कोई स्पेसिफिक टेक्निकल डिजाइन इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, बीएसएफ में प्रचलित नहीं है। तो ये इसके अलावा बीएसएफ जितना बॉर्डर, एक वास्ट बॉर्डर है और ऑल एलंग दी बॉर्डर जो है हमको बुलेट रेजिस्टेंट मोर्चा की आवश्यकता पड़ेगा। आज हम कभी थोड़े ही क्वांटिटी में बुलेट रेजिस्टेंट मोर्चा जो है हमने अभी डिमांड दिया, प्रोक्योर करे और प्रोविजनिंग ऑथराइजेशन किया और ले रहे। पर सेक्शन एक की बुलेट रेजिस्टेंट मोर्चा जो मोबाइल मोर्चा हो, जिसको गाड़ी में लिया जा सकता है और जहाँ दरकार ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट के मतलब उसको इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है और वो इस तरह स्पेशली डिजाइंड हो जो कि सन और रेन से भी प्रोटेक्टेड हो। अभी बीआईएस के पास में जो फॉर्मुलेटेड क्यूआर स्पेसिफिकेशन बीआर मोर्चा का देखा गया वो सन एंड रेन से ओवरहेड प्रोटेक्शन नहीं है। तो उस तरह मोर्चा हो, मोबाइल मोर्चा हो, जिस मोबाइल मोर्चा को काफ़ी मात्रा में आज की डिमांड जितना है वो तो ट्रायल बेसिस में है, लेकिन कल यहाँ बहुत सारा मात्रा में ये सब ज़रूरत पड़ सकती है। ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट बीएसएफ को बढ़ेगा ये इस तरह आइटम के ऊपर। और बीएसएफ की जो स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट है मैंने 2-3 महसूस किया कि पानी के एरिया में, वाटर लगिंग एरिया में ड्यूटी करने में जवानों को अभी हम गम बोट या रबर बोट इस्तेमाल करते हैं, जो कि वो गम बोट और स्पेसिफिक उसको काफ़ी देर तक 8-10 घंटा पहन करके ड्यूटी करना, क्योंकि 7-8 घंटा के 10 ड्यूटी लंगा और 10 ड्यूटी होता है उनका। तो उस कवर करने के लिए उनके पास में ये एक बूट ऐसा डिजाइन हो जो क्लॉथिंग मटेरियल हो, उसके आगे ऊपर से पॉलीमरिक हो और उस वाटर से वाटरप्रूफ हो और अंदर से कंफर्ट वेयरिंग हो, तो उसको इस्तेमाल करके इस्तेमाल कर सकता है इन प्लेस ऑफ दिस गम बूट और लेदर शूज़। इस टेक्सटाइल प्रोडक्ट में किया जा सकता है इसका। ये कुछ BSF की स्पेसिफिक यूज़र स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स मैंने बताया है। इसके अलावा बाकी CAPF का साथ में इसका रिक्वायरमेंट भी है। और जो नॉर्मल क्लॉथिंग किट आइटम्स है करीब 150 क्लॉथिंग किट आइटम है। सो सब ये सब आज चल रहा है, लेकिन बात ये है कि उसको टेक्निकली डेवलप किया जाए। BSF के जो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं या CAPF जो इस्तेमाल करता है काफ़ी लो कॉस्ट आइटम है। अभी इसको भी ज़रूरत पड़ेगा कि इसको प्राइस फैक्टर को डिपेंड भी लिया जाए इसको, क्योंकि कॉस्ट प्राइस जो मैटर करता है। आज जिसको 200 रुपया में वाटर बोतल ले रहा था उसको तो 1300-1400 रुपया का जो टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट की वजह से जो बनाया गया उसको हो सकता है फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशन के लिए ऑथराइजेशन और सैंक्शन वगैरह नहीं मिलती है। तो सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट के ऊपर में इसको मिनिस्ट्री से भी काफ़ी सारे एक्सप्लोर करने का ज़रूरत है इसको, और सर्वसम्मति से इसको मॉडर्नाइजेशन प्लान में ला करके ये सब ज़रूरत के मुताबिक डेवलप किया जा सकता है। और ये भी मेरा इस अनुरोध है कि एक टीम जो है इसके ऊपर काम करे। BSF पहनती क्या आज इस्तेमाल क्या करती है और फोर्स क्या क्या इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उसका कितना टेक्निकली इम्प्रूव किया जा सकता है और उसका क्या फाइनेंशियल इम्प्लीकेशन होगा और क्या गवर्नमेंट इसको एफर्ट कर सकता है नहीं कर सकता, ये सब को देखते हुए उसे डिजाइन होना चाहिए। खास करके फोर्स स्पेसिफिक और रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल, ऑपरेशनल रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल करने का तो डिज़ाइन होना चाहिए, डेवलप होना चाहिए और टेक्सटाइल प्रोडक्ट्स को इम्प्रूव करना चाहिए। मैं इतना कहते हुए निट्रा एंड ITTA सबको धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और यहाँ इस फोरम में अटेंड करने वाले सभी व्यक्तियों से मैं सादर अनुग्रह करूँगा कि इसके ऊपर में विचार करें और सभी फोर्सेस को मदद करें। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Mr. Banik, for this very descriptive and focused yet detailed prelude to what is the requirement of our Jawans and in the Border Security Force. Important points to note for the industry is the aspect of comfort, the aspect that they are operating in all kinds of environmental conditions, the level of threat perception, because they are not only doing border security, they're also doing, in a way, an anti-terrorism activity also. We have to also understand one very important fact that Mr. Banik has brought around, that they are looking at the advent of upgradation of existing specifications, more tailor-made to their requirements. And those requirements are for men, for animal, for machine, and territory. These are the 4 points which he has brought out. Yes, sir, I can assure you from the Indian Technical Textile Association as well as NITRA, we at NITRA are already playing a part in helping you formulate specifications. As the industry, I request the industry to interact more with the BSF and to have a focused approach tailor-made to their requirements, because their requirements are very tailor-made. Having said that, we now move to our next speaker. That's Mr. Vishnu Dwivedi. He's from the CRPF. He's a commandant in procurement, and he deals with the procurement of arms, vehicles, bulletproof jackets, bulletproof vests, clothing, etc. Mr. Dwivedi, may I please request you to give your words?
Good afternoon, everybody. My colleague from BSF has left nothing to add. However, I would like to say that I will not like to restrict myself up to protective textiles only, but all kind of textiles and clothing equipments being used by the forces. As you all know, the CRPF is the world's largest paramilitary force with around 3.25 lakh strength, and we are deployed at the length and breadth of company, from sub-zero temperatures of Kashmir to marshy lands of wetlands of northeast and humid land of Naxal area. My request with the industry that you should come up with good quality clothing equipments, suitability with all kind of terrain, and just please keep updating your QRs and provide us the items. And requirement from the NITRA also is that, and other reputed labs, that whenever you are getting supplies, please test it as per the QRs so that we get the desirable items. Nothing more to add because every aspect has been already covered by the BSF fellow. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commandant Vishnu. The point explicitly brought out by the Commandant is to have a high level of testing, an environment which ensures that the product not only meets the specified specifications, but more importantly, performs when the operational requirement for which it is manufactured or made. And the gap between the performance and what it should be as per the requirement needs to be bridged. Sir, from the Technical Textile Association and NITRA perspective, we would like to assure you that we will again help you in the specifications and also handhold where and how the testing could be done and how these standards can be brought at par with the world standards. I think Dr. Basu can also, vouch for that. And as he rightly said, that most of his points have already been brought out by the gentleman from BSF. We have to understand that CRPF, as he stated, is the largest force, paramilitary force in the world. Now, keeping that thing in mind, as far as the industry is concerned, there is the economies of scale where the CRPF is concerned. So I think the CRPF is looking for the industry to come forward with higher products in terms of specifications to meet their requirement. And the fallout of the higher specifications would be higher standards of testing, quality testing, so that the man in the field is not left for the protective wear or the intentional product that when the operational requirement comes up, he's found lacking due to the protective wear that he's wearing. Thank you, sir, once again. And now we come to the last speaker for this session. I think I don't need to introduce him in terms of words because most of the people here in today's gathering know him well. He is our very own Dr. M.S. Parmar, and he is presently the director at NITRA, Northern India Textile Research Association. I would like to read a few words about him. Dr. Parmar has been working for the last 28 years in various capacities in NITRA. He's heading textile chemistry, research and development, and chemical quality evaluation divisions. He is the coordinator of Center for Protech activities. His main areas of expertise are textile chemistry, protective textiles, and quality controls of textiles, especially on the chemical side. Besides, he's also looking after heat and fire laboratory and chemical laboratory at NITRA. Dr. Parmar has published 120 articles in various national and international journals, worked on several projects, and guided students in 45 projects at PhD, MSc, and BTech levels. He also presented 110 papers in various seminars and conferences. He has successfully completed 28 R&D projects which were funded by the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, and NITRA. He submitted several projects reports to the Government of India for funding and filed 9 patents in India. He has been granted 3 patents as on date. He has authored and co-authored 17 books, including denim, garmenting, processing, etc. He has also received 2 times the Best Technical Books Award from AICTE. He has received 2 Best Research Awards for his work on denim and development of low-cost sizing machines, respectively. He is the chairman of the BIS Sectional Committee TXD 38, Technical Textile for Mobilitech Application, and also a member of various BIS sectional committees. He has been involved in various consultancy and training projects and has framed 70 specifications for military and paramilitary forces. I take this opportunity to warmly welcome Dr. Parmar and to share his presentation with us.
Thank you very much, sir, for introducing over here. I am going to present what type of activities, especially development of NITRA, has carried out in last 3 years. So that's why my titles is also NITRA's Initiative to Save Human Lives, and that is related to human lives I am going to discuss over here. The content will be related to fire resistance or retardant product or textiles. That I will discuss something about firefighter suits, anti-flash suit, and chef dress, especially for Indian Navy. And that already we have discussed that Indian Navy is having a large ship over there, and they are having very big kitchens there. So they require a special type of dress for chef. We will also discuss 1 or 2 slides related to body protector, and we have developed some special workwear for cement worker also. That I am going to touch in few slides. Before starting my presentation, I just give you a simple and very, you can say everybody know what is the protective textile and where it is being used. And just I would like to mention that the protective fabric comprise garments and related belongings for protection from human, harmful chemical environment, extreme cold climate conditions, visibility related, it may be low or high visibility, ballistic protection, fire hazard, and so many. And military, paramilitary, and police forces are the leading consumer of protective textile at this moment in India, because here the other most important area is the, that the public places. We are not still working, we have not still used that type of protective textile in public places. You know that every function is going on in the public, and they are not using any type of fire retardant and fire resistant textile over there. And that's why we are losing a human life over there. So there are a number of protective textile you can already speakers have mentioned in the first session. Bulletproof jacket, body protector, NBC, high altitude clothing, fire and heat resistance, and military. So I am just touching the fire and heat resistance and retardant textile over here only. And for that, just I am giving you one slide so that you can understand all the things what is going on in the fire retardant textiles. Generally, whenever a fire develops, there are three stages you can see that. It is a very simple phenomenon. First, it will initiate only. Initiation will be there. Then once you will get the fully developed, and then finally it will decrease. Fire is decreasing, and finally it will extinguish. So this is the thing going on. And for that, it is controlled by, we can say that the 3 most important triangle, 3 elements in that we have taken in the triangle that 3 elements: heat, fuel, and air. So if we cut any one of that, you will not get fire. Means if you are supplying heat to the fuel and air is there, you will get the fire. Similarly, if heat is there in the presence of air and fuel is there, you will get the fire. If we cut any one, when we are develop that type of textile material, so what our main purpose is to cut one of the elements. It may be air or it may be heat. So we will get the fire retardant textile material. So these are the 3 most important elements when we are going to develop any flame retardant textile material. So this is a simple triangle over there. And in the first session, it was discussed that the most important, you can say mostly the death occur due to the secondary effect, and that is due to smoke, toxic smoke. And that is the thing one has to control. You know that for that purpose, we must know that smoke visibility and smoke toxicity should be tested on these types of material also, especially the material which is in public places like cinema hall or railways and ships and everywhere. Because the smoke, if the smoke is generated, if the smoke is very dense, what will happen? You will not able to see where we have to go. You will not see the exit door. So that should that smoke should, there should be a visibility through the smoke. We have to use that type of material. And secondly, the smoke should not generate toxic gases. If the toxic gases is there, then you will get that type of effect that human lives will be lost. So that is the most important thing when we are going to use that material, especially in the public places like cinema hall, picture, or these railways, or any closed type of auditorium like this, or hospitals. Everywhere we have to see that we should control these things. Now comes to the firefighter. Firefighter is one of the most life-threatening occupation that require intensive physical work in hazardous environment. There are different types. They respond to different types of fire. It may be structural, vehicle, and so many type of vehicle. Even they are very helpful in the flooding situation also. So therefore, the protective wear shall have a property. We have to provide that type of protective textile which save their life. So that plus also comfortable. So that is a very important factor. And whenever we are going to develop some firefighter suits, there are two conflicting statements. You have to balance these one. First, we have to maximize thermal protection from fire. That is the most important thing. You have to save them from these protection, fire protection. But with that also, we have to have minimizing metabolic heat stress. If you are not controlling that one, what will happen due to sweat and everything, that firefighter will not survive. So we have to control these factors, and whenever we develop some or manufacturing firefighters, so these two should be balanced. And very simple thing, degree of burn injury is directly proportional to a heat transfer to the skin. And you must know that one point, human tissue is very sensitive to temperature, and total heat as low as 0.64 calorie per centimeter square, that is sufficient to result in pain or sensation. You will get the sensation when this amount of 0.64 calorie per centimeter square heat is there. And if we increase that one to up to 1.2 calorie per centimeter square, it will cause second degree burn. If I convert into temperature approximation, at 45 degrees Celsius, you will feel the sensation of pain or experience that pain. And 72 degrees Celsius, if the temperature is there, you will see that your skin will completely burn. So this is the important point when we are going to develop any firefighter or any fire suits or any fire retardant textile. So protective textile is therefore aimed at providing the time the wearer need to react. That is the important thing. It is a life-saving second you are giving to, when you are giving some protective textiles to somebody, you are giving them life-saving seconds. It may be 5 seconds, it may be 30 seconds, it may be 50 seconds. So you are giving that thing. So you are saving his life. So to explain that one, I am giving you one slide. Here you can see that if you are having 3 types of fabric over here, I could, my slide is not showing that one, but I am showing you one. First 2 is related to non-FR textile, and third one is the FR textile. So you can see that if we ignite all the 3 at the same time, what will happen? First and second will catch fire, but the third one will not catch fire at 5 seconds. If we increase the temperature after 15 seconds, if we see what is going on, same thing will happen, that the fire retardant material will not catch fire. Means you are getting directly 15 seconds to escape that place where the accident occurred. And after 30 seconds, the fire retardant textile just catching fire. So 30 seconds you are getting, that is very, very important. 30 seconds of life saving you are giving to person who is having that type of textile material which is fire retardant in nature. So that is a very important thing. There are various types of fibers are being used for making that type of fiber. Specialty fiber are there. You know that all types of aramid based material are there. FR viscose is there. And chemical finishing are also there. And they are less expensive. And sometime it add 30 to 100 rupees per meter, and sometime it may vary also. There are different types of chemicals are being used for making chemical resistance fabric, a chemical finishing type of fabric. That slide I am just showing you, that is a very important slide. If you see that safety risk, the probability, if you see that in the vertical one, and impact you are seeing in the horizontal one. I have shown you low, moderate, and high. In vertical as well as horizontal, you can see the impact and probability. Impact means the impact on their life, and probability occurring, how many times it will occur. So if you go through this slide, you will see that workplace violence and sexual harassment, you will see it will lie between low and moderate. But if this is a crime related to crime, the probability increases, but the impact also increases over here. The crime is also very high compared to this. And accident, green circle you can see, accident, the probability is very high accident. Everywhere you can have that accident. There is no control. I am sitting over, I am going down, then I can slip. So accident occur anytime, anywhere. The probability is very, very high. Impact, if you see, its impact is moderate, means impact on life. After I can get hurt, but life is not there. Life threatening is not there. But in the case of fire, you can see that. Of course, probability is moderate and high, between moderate to high. But its impact, you can see that it is toward high. So the more deaths occur due to fire accidents. So that's why we require special type of fire retardant textile, not only special places like firefighter or something else, but in public places, it should be implemented immediately. So in our case, we have developed one lightweight and less bulky firefighter suits. That is the initiative taken by NITRA, and we have developed that one. I am not going to further because this slide is already discussed in first session that what type of layers we must have. Outer shell is there, moisture barrier is there, thermal layer is, even that. One is the liner fabric we also require. Sometimes we don't consider that one, but that is also important because it touch our skin and give comfort factor of that skin. That is also required. The first layer protect us from all types of fire, chemical splash or everything, and water repellency, all properties are given in this one. And second is the moisture barrier. And moisture barrier is very, very important because it will not allow to pass that steams. You know that the firefighter suits are having that hose and that water, they spray water on the fire and the steam is generated. If the steam is there, then it may come to that firefighter suits also. And you know that the latent energy of that steam is very high and there will be chances of getting hurt. So that type of, it will not allow to pass that type of steam, but in the meantime, the sweat coming out, that can pass through this one. So this is the, and thermal area is very, very important. So we have developed some firefighter suits, very lightweight, and the technology is also transferred, and I am very happy that Arvind Limited is also here. We have transferred to them one, and our chairman of the session, Mr. Hora, is also there. We have transferred that technology to them also. So we have transferred this technology to industries over there. And next, 112 slides I will discuss shaft dress of Indian Navy. Presently, they were using FR overall only for chef who are working in the Indian Navy ship. And the working environment of that galley, that kitchen is generally very hot, harsh, damp, and it is very difficult to work in the kitchen of these ships. So they requested, even the INS Jalsa, they requested us to develop special type of uniform cloth and also design the cloth also. So both they want. So we have developed that one and we have supplied that clothing system to them, and it is very comfortable and having very good property and meeting all the requirements of FR, which is given in their original FR overall specification that we have developed. We have also developed anti-flash hood, and that technology is also for Indian Navy. And anti-flash hood is a fire-resistant hood intended to protect the wearer head, face, and neck from severe flash burns caused by short exposure to radiant heat from fire and explosion. That we have developed, and the technology is already developed. And I think Mr. Aero Garments, today they were also here in the morning. I don't know how now they have gone or not. That technology is transferred to them. So this is also, we have just given that technology a few months back. We have also developed body protector for defense forces. And for that, we have done, first of all, we have done a intensive survey. And survey was carried out with these forces, rapid action forces. We have carried out, and we have all the important parameters we have taken from them, what type of problem they are facing, that we have taken from them. And on the basis of that, we have developed these special types of this body protector. And that technology is transferred to two industries, applied and GM trading. That two industry we have given a few And now, last I would like to discuss on cement workwear. I will skip that one because at this moment, there are very less work is done for cement worker. You know that the India is second largest cement producer now after China, and the workforce is also very high. So we are at this moment they are not having any types of protective workwear. And if you go through the worker, I'm just showing you that what type of they are having. You can see that they are just having this type of problem. You will get this type of problem. All these types of worker dermatitis. So that type of thing, after seeing all these things, we have carried out surveys in all types of, in government industries also, we have carried out survey, and private also, and we have taken some guideline from them, and we have developed some special types of cement workwear, and that workwear also, at this moment, what they are giving are shown over here, but they are not giving special types of workwear that is used for protection from cement. That is not given. But we have developed special types of, on that time, because dust resistance tests should be carried out on fabric. At this moment, there were no instrument available for carried out this test, and we have developed that instrument also. We are having a patent also on that one. So this is the this is the special types of protective workwear we have developed, and the technology is already transferred to Arvind Limited. So the specification is also being framed with the BIS, and that is going on. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Parmar, for giving us a deep insight into what are the projects done by NITRA, what is the help that has been extended. I would like, before we conclude the session, I would like to open the house for a span of 5 to 10 minutes for any questions from the audience. So we don't seem to be having any questions. Yes, please, you may, please give your name.
Just a second, let us forward somebody with the mic.
Yes, to save time, you can come up, please.
Hello, sir. I am Dr. Deepak from Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Chandigarh. I have a, not that technical question, but I have a specific question regarding the Industry 4.0. So how do you think it is feasible for the textile industry, which is conventional textile industry, to go for the technical textile and with the pace of Industry 4.0?
So anyone in the panel, or I should take the answer? Okay. So that's the reason. I'll answer your question in very short and focused manner. The NTTM, ITTA are born out of this requirement. Earlier on, when we were very small, all of us, we were young at age, we never knew if we went out in a rain and a raincoat was there to protect us, we would term that as a protector. It is our interpretation of what the textile is. A textile, which might be a normal textile for a company or a manufacturer, might be a technical textile for another user. Today, if we see the initiatives taken by the Government of India, whether it is NTTM, whether it is this gathering, whether it is the centers of excellence, whether there are other forums which have come up, the technical textile aspect is being pushed forward with research at base level and advanced level, at process level. In the previous presentation, we had the gentleman from Arvind saying that we have completely formed the systems in India other than the basic raw material. So the conventional textile is moving forward towards this transition, right? And that is what all these bodies are focusing towards. And that's what is a pointed approach for the future. So even in gatherings like this, when we have the users right here next to us projecting your requirements, the outcome of 4.0 is going to come from our end user requirement. But the ability to do it lies in the hands of the industry. And that's what Initiative 4.0 is. So NTTM, NITRA, Centers of Excellence are all aiding our industry to come forward. It's not an overnight process. It's definitely going to take time. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other question from the audience?
Sir, just a second, we are sending the mic.
Switch it on.
Hello. Good afternoon. This is Vinay Khanna. I'm a textile technologist myself, working with a lot of products and developed a few products for the Indian Ministry of Defense as well. I have a question for the panel and also a query for Dr. Parmar from NITRA. Dr. Parmar, you have developed some excellent products like chef dresses and anti-flash hoods. To set the ball rolling, you will probably be giving POTs to the industry. So when you do that, what is the process where entrepreneurs like us or startups like us can avail of the work done by NITRA in this aspect? And my second query is for the distinguished end users who are on the panel. For example, we develop a product, and usually some manufacturer will be the first one to build the cat. So we will have a product ready. And when we come to the forces or the end users, one of the main challenges is the procurement is routed via GEM. And on the GEM panel, you have only one vendor which qualifies because they are the only one who has developed the product and the product is ready. So what happens is sometimes the manufacturer faces a challenge to sell the product to the forces, even though they have complied with all the Navy, Air Force specification or SOTR requirements. Even if they have done it, but there's still no headway. And at the end of the day, for a businessman, for a vendor, for a manufacturer, we have to see results on the paper and the bottom lines. So this is we need to address end-to-end solutions and how to proceed on this matter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your questions, both of them. The first one, I'd ask Dr. Parmar to answer.
Sir, regarding TOT, all product developed by NITRA, we have given our, on our website. If you see that one, you can apply any for TOT for any product. There is no problem. We can discuss and we can finalize that. This is the one. Sir, second question also, I just want to say a few words before them, sir.
Okay.
Because we are also facing same problem.
All right.
Because we are having some industrial partner also. We have developed many products for these forces. And what happened, because whenever we develop, I am just taking one example that we have developed one special type of uniform for Rapid Action Force. So with Urban Limited. And during that time, what happened that all the uniform are developed and that was given to them. Finally, the last time when the tender come, and you know that during that time the tender was taken by somebody else. All the development was done by industries and ourselves, and the tender was given to somebody else. So there should be some something should be there for the developer also. For some percentage, you may say if 100 is there, the 50% will be given to the developer. That is my opinion, because we have developed many products and we are facing that problem also. And now we are also for CRPF, we have just, sorry, sir, DI sir is sitting over here. We have developed that special type of coat combat. And that last pieces, 5 pieces are now with me. And within 2-3 days, you will get that one. We are working on that. But same opinion was given by my industrial partner, which were, they were involved with me for developing that type of suits. And they were saying that what will happen that when we give that one, and somebody will take the tender. And we have developed that one, and tender will be taken by somebody else. So we should have something for industry.
Pertinent point, Dr. Parmar. Let's hear it from the gentleman from CRPF, Mr. Vishnu.
Actually, your question has various parts. First of all, regarding GEM. We are mandated by the government that all procurement has to be made through GEM only. So we can't help on that issue. But any participation on GEM is not restrictive at all. As you have mentioned that if you are a startup, then there is an exemption for a startup on various parameters. And we don't restrict startups in the clothing items. We put restrictions on surveillance equipments and various other security related equipments for startups, but not on clothing items. However, as per government directions and mandates, all procurement has to be made on specific QRs, not any vendor specific. So whenever we go for any bulk procurement, we have to go for generic QR. And anybody can participate in that bid, and whosoever qualifies on all technical requirements and wins the prize bid, order is awarded to them only. This is the issue. Many things we used to purchase on trials also, but those things are rarely from the clothing equipment, because clothing items are very generic in nature and most of the industry used to make those things. Like if you just take example of even coat combat also. Coat combat is made by the dozens of manufacturers. So we cannot restrict it. Or on the other hand, we have the huge requirement, like if you need 50,000 jackets, we cannot purchase 50,000 jackets for trial purpose. We can only purchase few hundred for trial purpose. Once trials is completed, then generic QRs has to be made and procurement has to be made on generic QRs only.
Thank you, sir, for your input. Any other question from the audience before we wrap up? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am Dr. T. Bhaskar, Chief Technology Officer of Tata Steel Long Products. So we have seen that, commanders say that the clothing is so crucial that it can cost lives. And in Siachen, we know that our enemies, our soldiers fighting the enemy on the border, many of them die of the weather rather than the bullets. So considering the strategic importance of the clothing in general for the defense forces and paramilitary forces, would it not be right to classify it as a strategic material? And DRDO and DMRL, they classify a lot of materials as strategic in nature. And why don't we push for classifying it as a strategic material and push for the, the best world-class quality in that?
Would you like to answer, or would you like me to take it? Point well taken, Dr. Saab. To bring the pointers out and to answer the questions in generic, we have a request from the industry, ma'am, to the Ministry of Textiles and other government offices. One, when specifications are, suppose we take the case of you go to the developed countries in Europe and US, there's a given level of specification specified by the end customer, the forces or the paramilitary over there, and you have a tender, which is a common thing for everybody over here. When you qualify for the tender, it is not necessarily the lowest quotation gets the order. The concept over there is the highest specification first, then the price. So if we have a request that if something of this sort could be developed or looked into by the government, which would greatly help. Secondly, to answer the question, which was the first question over here, the request from our side to the government and the process implementation bodies under the Government of India would be that for technical textiles and products related to technical textiles or protective personal equipment which have a high level of safety requirement, and that becomes the discerning factor between life and death, those items to be categorized as safety items and not be generalized as general items to be procured on a portal like GEM. The advantage of that would be that there would be a focused approach for the end customer to get the focused item. At this point of time, with the government e-marketing, even though there are customized bids, etc., there is a kind of a gap over there, and many a times the product, what is quoted for by vendors across India, probably they may not know the intensity of the requirement. So that is something we would definitely request as an industry for, ma'am.
Suggestion is whatever you are recommending. Some of the things I know are possible even in the existing structure, But if we want any specific dispensation, I'm sure you just submit, we will engage with the GEM if it can be done. Now, regarding when you say generic, if I go by what our colleagues from CRPF were saying, do you consider this particular, I mean, what is the issue? I'm sure the safety equipments are not into the generic category.
Right. Ma'am, generally they are categorized as a procurement, on the open marketplace. And in the open marketplace, there are many vendors who, I'm speaking on behalf of the industry here.
Okay.
Many a times there are vendors who come up to quote for the item without even having gone through the process of clearance, having gone through the process of even making the item, or even knowing much about the item. So in that cases of time, it comes only to an L1, and by the time the vendor does not perform or does not execute the contract, both the end customer as well as the user, both is left for, because the process of elimination and all is a long drawn process. That's the area. So
Okay.
anyway, as you rightly pointed out.
Rajiv wanted to say something, I butted in, yeah.
Would you like to come up, sir? I'm sorry, Dr. Basu, we are taking 5 minutes extra of your time.
Hello, mic is on?
Yes, sir.
Some interesting discussion was going on, so I thought I could be the right person because I have a long experience in procurement. I belong to Railway Store Service and presently working in Textile Ministry, specification also, and people fear about vigilance in government. I think, and I have a long experience in working in vigilance also in Railways, 4 years, and prior to that I was Chief Vigilance Officer, National Highways Authority of India. So I think I thought that I may add something. You have mentioned many questions, like first on GEM. GEM, onboarding on GEM can always be done. So I will request my team to have we will organize a special session with all the manufacturers of technical textiles. So onboarding, how you can onboard GEM, we will call the experts from GEM also and from industry, and we will try to onboard as many as customers, as many as products as possible. So present there is no dispensation, I don't think it is required. Second question about the framing the specification, or somebody has called L1. L1, this is the decision to be taken by the purchaser. It depends on which tendering system are you going. There are the number of tendering systems. You call it QCS, QCBS, and L1 means if you say a generic specification, single packet tender, then obviously the lowest tender is L1. But if you go for a high value item, you can have two packet system. You make the specification in the first step. Normally, in the goods procurement, we don't go for two-packet system. Two-packet system, we go for the consultancy and works. But this can be incorporated in high-end items like this. You don't know who has quoted and what are their prices. In the first stage, for special items, you do the technical scrutiny as per specification, and you beat out the customers, suppliers who are not strictly meeting your specification. So nobody can question that by seeing the face of someone, you have omitted L1, L2. There is no question of L1. Once you have finalized, out of 6 suppliers, only 2 suppliers are meeting the requirement. Then you open the financial bid. There is no question, you can always do it. Second, one more thing is developmental order, you can say. Suppose in generic requirement, if you get some, you can always give some quantity, you can specify. In tender conditions, we can give some developmental quantity order to the particular firms who are meeting this requirement, so that you can watch the performance, and over the years you have to build up the data, then you can go for the bulk procurement. So this I thought to add this. I think this will answer.
No, there is no dispute in the bidding system. We follow the 2-bid system, and firstly we open this technical bid, and whosoever is qualified technically, their price bids are being opened only. And then obviously L1 has to back the order.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panel members.
He asked how Industry 4.0
Sure,
is
sir.
used in textile
Sure,
industry.
sir. Sure, sir.
I think there is a misconception. It is only used in engineering industry, not in textile industry. Let me clarify that. So there are 7 to 8 technologies about Industry 4.0. To start with ABC, it's very easy to remember. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, then automation, AR and VR, and 3D printing and prototyping. So I will take only 1 minute. So in textiles, we are already using artificial intelligence. Many people may know that for inspection of fabrics and many other things, fault classification. I think the defense they are using at the border to take the images of people who are just trying to enter, deceptive coloration and many other technologies are being used. We are really using the artificial intelligence. I can elaborate much on that, but due to time shortage, I will say we are using that. Please keep it in mind. In conventional textiles are also we are using, in technical textiles also we are using. Coming to the second, blockchain. Of course, that is, you have to protect the data from end-to-end encryption. That is, to some extent it is being used, but not to much extent, but it may be used by some specialized industries. Maybe where the data is of secure nature, where defense, they may use that, but we don't resort to much that. Third one, cloud computing. I think the data storage everywhere, any industry, you can use, you can get the data anywhere and all that, it is being used. Coming to automation, all of most of our processing, starting from fiber manufacturing, going up to finishing, everything is automated. It's not just Industry 4.0, even Industry 5.0 has come. We talk about Education 4.0 also, that people should also know that. So Industry 5.0 deals with intelligent automation. 4.0 deals with just automation. Okay. Some of the machinery is being automated, and there are some machines work intelligently. I think more in spinning sector it is happening. So yeah, madam knows. So it's happening. We are into that 4.2 already. Coming to AR and VR, I think in design, before we manufacture any product, we go for visualization and many other things. I think NID Ahmedabad has good VR facility. I have seen few decades before. Anyone can go there and see that. You'll be able to visualize the things before you make anything and all that. So that is being used in textile design, simulation, product design and all that. Coming to the last one, 3D printing and prototyping. We are really doing that. And from NTTM, we got some of the, I think, 2 projects on 3D printing. One is recommended, the other one is with a bit of revision. And for your information, in IIT Madras, they have developed 3D printed house. Small house, 1 BHK, very low cost, everything is 3D printed, all have been assembled. So it's going on, 3D printing and prototyping. So for your kind information, textile industry is already into the Industry 4.0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the insight and the knowledge in that area. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to let you know that for interaction with the Indian Navy, you can contact Directorate of Clothing and Victualling, located at Talkatora NXJ, New Delhi. For the BSF and the CRPF, the headquarters are located at CGO Complex, Lodi Road. So anybody from the industry who would like to interact and to take the matter further can contact the various heads in these organizations. So in today's era of fast-changing technologies, it's important to note that the smallest performance requirement of the technical textile can play an enormous role in meeting the expectation of the consumer. While technical textiles have been prevalent in our country for the past decade, pointed and tailor-made solutions are what are the call of the day. I would like the audience to go back, keeping questions in mind. What has been the experience of our consumers? What are their present expectations? What do the consumers want for the future? And how we can rise to the challenge? With these words, I end this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really wonderful and very informative session that we have seen just now. And now the time has come to thank all our panelists. And for the same, I would now like to request our session moderator, Mr. Sandeep Hora, to kindly present the memento to our panelists. I request, sir, to kindly present the memento to Commander Varun Verma from Indian Navy. Loud applause, please. I request, sir, to kindly present the memento to Mr. G.P. Banik from BSF. We are so fortunate to have all the dignitaries with us. Loud applause, please. I request Mr. Hora to kindly present the memento to Mr. Vishnu Dwivedi from CRPF. Loud applause, please. And I request Mr. Hora once again to kindly present the memento to Dr. M.S. Parmar, Director, NITRA. A big round of applause, please. And now it's the time to thank our moderator. I request Ms. Neha Kapil to kindly present the memento to Mr. Sandeep Hora, our session moderator. Loud applause, please. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. That was indeed a wonderful session. A big round of applause, everybody, from all sides. Thank you so much. And dear all, we are now going to move ahead with the third session of the day. The third panel discussion is on the theme Market Promotion and Export Opportunities of Protective Textiles in India, along with Global Best Practices. And for the same, we have our panelists and moderator out here. So I would now like to invite the session moderator and the panelists on the dais. I request our session moderator, Mr. Ajay Sardhana, to please come up on the dais. Loud applause, please. With you all, Mr. Sardana is President and Head Strategy and Business Development Polister. Mr. Sardana has rich experience in groups like Reliance Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group, Indorama Venture Limited, in varied roles and responsibilities for the last 2 decades, recognized as most influential sustainability leaders of India in 2018, recognized with India Sustainable Leadership Award in 2017, recognized by WBCSD and Yale Sustainability Leadership Program with Best Project in 2018, Golden Peacock Award for Sustainability in 2018, and more than 10 Indian and Global Award recognition in last 5 years for the leadership in sustainability initiatives. He's also MTech Textiles, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. I would now like to invite our panelists on the stage. Dr. T. Bhaskar, Messrs. Tata Steel Long Products Limited. Loud applause, please. I request Mr. Manoj Jhaved, Messrs. DuPont Personal Protection. Loud applause, please. I request Dr. Nandan Kumar, Messrs. High Performance Textiles Private Limited, to join the dais. Loud applause, everyone. I request Mr. Ravi Kumar, Messrs. Tejan India Private Limited, to please join the dais. Loud applause, please. And I also request Mr. Siddharth Chakraborty, MD Pyrox Tex Industries GmbH, Hamburg, Germany. Loud applause, please. And it's a time to welcome the session moderator, Mr. Ajay Sardana. But before that, I would also like to invite Shubhra ma'am from ITS, from Ministry of Textiles. Loud applause, please. A big round of applause, everyone from all sides. And I now request Mr. Partha Basu to kindly present the bouquet to our session moderator, Mr. Ajay Sardanam. Loud applause, please. And now I request our session moderator to kindly conduct the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and nice introduction. So I would say that the session is very apt for the protective textiles. The world is moving towards the technical textiles, and the details which we heard from the panelists before us give us all the technical aspects of the technical textiles. So from technical, now we will be discussing something about the commercial, because all here now we see the industry people are there, and Shubhra madam is there, who is promoting our trade and doing a lot for the industry. So I really thankful to her for her approach, PLI1, all the initiatives of the government which has come for the promotion of textiles and technical textiles has been really immense. So let me introduce you to the panel. Most of them are very eminent. Most of us know them, but still it's my duty to introduce and welcome my panelists. First of all, Dr. Okay. So as I understand, Shubhra madam has some other engagements. So we will first invite her for her guidance to us that how can technical textiles, export of the technical textiles, especially the protective textiles, be grown, and what are the plans of the ministry to support such initiatives. And then later on we will move with our normal discussion in the panel with the panelists. So madam, kindly guide us, how can we take this forward?
Thank you, Ajay. And my compliments to my colleague Rajiv Saxena and his entire anti-TM team, and who have put in this entire show together along with NITRA and ITTA. This is, I would say, an extremely important sunrise. We keep calling it, but I think this it's not sunrise. The sun is actually high above in the sky now for technical textile. And like Ajay said rightly, we have been talking about, I was hearing part of the session, we have been hearing about, research part of it as to what can be done, what are the consumer demands. And now in the last session, we come to the commercial part of it. And of course, that's the end goal, the domestic market, and then of course the international market. And I'm also very happy to see that that the whole effort has been put by recognizing these sectors. This is a very sector-specific conference or a conclave. This actually puts the spotlight right on where it should be. Today we are talking about protective textiles. Now, since I am the trade advisor in the Ministry of Textiles and I come from a background of international trade, so I would reserve my comments on the international trade part of it, because I'm sharing this dais with very eminent industrialists who would be, of course, they are the master champions of their own sector. So I would just make few comments, and not even comments, I would just like to compliment the whole sector for what they are doing. As I understand, I think in the international scenario, the protective textiles in the global trade is, I think, 10 to 11% of the total trade of technical textiles. Now, in that protective textiles, as I understand, India shares something around 4%. Now, of course, that itself shows that there is a lot of potential to grow, to capture a bigger share, to make our presence felt. And when I was going through the numbers, I realized that some of the sectors we are doing very well, are very simple sectors. And it's very inspiring that we are doing well in those sectors, like things like umbrella, tents, and parachute material, and mosquito nets. Mind you, we are #1 in mosquito net. I was just checking up with the mission joint director, is it a protective textile? So he says, yes, anything which protects us from the harm is a protective textiles. It's really, good to know that this is what is happening. Now, coming to the Ministry of Textile part of it, I will say on my behalf and on my colleagues' behalf and on the behalf of the ministry that we are very excited to partner with the industry. We are happy to be in technical textile sector because we know that first, it is extremely important. Second, there is so much potential for us to grow and for us to make our presence felt in the whole world. So having said that, what are we doing about it? Besides, of course, as you all know, that there is a technical textile mission. Right at that time when we have our NTTM, we also have many other schemes where our technical textile players are participating with us, and let me share with you that we had another one scheme going on, which is still going on. It's a production linked incentive scheme. And when we invited application, we were not knowing how the industry response would be. And when we look at it now, I realize that there are 34 companies who have joined the scheme, who will be manufacturing technical textiles. And this is no small achievement. I'll tell you why. Because these all companies are investing above 100 crores. In fact, the highest, the biggest investment is 1700 crore of rupees. So those kind of 34 players, it's really amazing. I mean, 17 of them are purely into technical textile and some are doing a combination of materials. So seeing this, I, in my personal opinion and in my professional opinion, I see only it going upwards. In fact, way up, and seeing that so much interest is there from the multinational players, industry players here sitting on the dais and in the audience, I'm sure. Now, what is it which will take it to the next level? As I see, I mean, challenges, I can't even say challenges, because if we are import dependent, if we need technology, if our scaling is required, these are, I would not say these are challenges, I would say these are the facts of how the industry is. And if something can be done, or which we, of course, together, we in government and you in private, we can together, find some kind of a resolution to these issues. So as we see it, there are some established champions in the world who are into technical textiles. We would be more than happy to partner with them. We will be more than happy if they can come into the country, because in our country, we are expanding the scope for domestic adoption. Therefore, we are, thinking that the domestic market is going to increase. International market, of course, is increasing leaps and bounds every year. So this will be, I would say, the right opportunity for us to also ride on this wagon and travel with wherever this flow is going. Which is increasing the investments in technical textile, adopting the best of practices, so that we get more and more accepted in the world. And as we see this particular sector which we are talking about today, the protective gear, in itself it is health and safety of a person. So naturally the quality demanded, the specifications, everything is of top notch. So there is absolutely no scope for doing anything but the best. So what it takes to be the best, the quality certifications, the kind of technology, the kind of investment and the partnerships with the people, with the users on a long term and otherwise. So I would say that these are the things, if we do it, which I'm sure industry is already doing it, but maybe you can guide us also as to how we can create a better ecosystem, a better landscape for you to grow, for you to reach where it can be taken. We would be more than happy to hear from you, more than happy to contribute to the growth of the sector. So these were only, I just wanted to make an initial comments. I will, of course, be here and listen to you. So Ajay, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here to listen to you.
Thank you so much.
At least till 5 p.m. Okay, thank you.
We will try to conclude by 5 p.m. ma'am. Thank you so much for your initial remarks, really encouraging. and industry look forward to the guidance from the ministry always. And I can tell you that PLI scheme has been really a boost to the industry. And with RODTAP coming, the industry is really geared up. And now as PLI 2 is in pipeline, and the technical textile will be definitely playing its role to fulfill the vision and mission of our Honorable Prime Minister and Textile Minister to reach $100 billion export very soon. So now we will move to our normal panel discussion with Dr. T. Bhaskar, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Tata Steel Long Products Limited. So Mr. Bhaskar is the metallurgy engineer from NIT Warangal, and he is the gold medalist with PGDM All India Management Institute. He has 3 decades of professional experience, and he has worked in many well-known companies like SAIL, Bharat Forge, Usha Martin. So he will be giving us his perspective on the protective textiles. And you have a presentation to make? Yeah, so he will be making a small presentation for 5-7 minutes. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. To be very honest with you, when I came here, I felt a little odd coming from the steel industry amidst a lot of technologies of textiles. And then I was fortunate that I am third in the list, third in the panel. So I got a lot of inputs from very eminent people here, and I would like to make a few more of not very specific to maybe the textile industry, but certain things which stand us in good stead for becoming an export superpower in general. As mentioned by many speakers earlier, the imperative for this kind of technical textiles, as the term has emerged, is because of various factors. Not only India is a huge domestic market with varying climate conditions, as we were listening to the defense forces, like right from Siachen -50 to the deserts of Rajasthan, to even the other things that are happening generally in the sphere of pollution. We have seen images of people wearing masks in Beijing, and of course, Delhi, the stage has still not come. But then we all know that it's one of the most polluted cities, and many of India's cities rank top in the pollution. And I'm sure that with the ever-changing climatic conditions, the so-called, the technical nature of the textiles or the protective equipment will to a great extent change. And we'll have a situation where even the common man would seek, kind of a protection. So in that way, we have a huge domestic market. Yeah, can I go to the next slide? Yeah. We have seen during the COVID that very fast innovations can take place in this country. In terms of vaccination, in terms of the pace of development of vaccines, and we became one of the biggest exporters of, this vaccine. And there's no reason why in other spheres these skills are not transferable. Companies are becoming digital, as earlier Professor Gowda has mentioned, that in no industry, every industry in fact has become either a digital industry or a technology industry. There's nothing called a normal industry today. And textiles do protect. It's all textiles. Climate change may force us to innovate as more extreme conditions are coming, as I mentioned. We saw in the moon mission the kind of heavy suits. I mean, right from the last 60 years, we have seen this innovation in wherever the conditions have become extreme. These so-called, the technical textiles are needed. Watches, mobiles, everything has become smart. And there is going to be an interactive kind of textile soon. You have watches which tell you about your blood pressure, your, the sugar levels and so on. So we could see a stage where, the textiles also become smart. They start interacting. I don't think the day is very far off. We could have very soon have that scenario. India is a global R&D hub. a lot of multinational companies. Many of our cities house the headquarters of the leading multinational companies. I see no reason why it cannot happen with this industry in particular. It's a matter of time before we have these global hubs as well in the textiles, and more so because of the ecosystem, the demographic advantage, and the huge manufacturing base that this country has, plus the young talent in the IITs and the engineering colleges who are more than willing to stay back and contribute to the country. And then Professor Raghuram Rajan mentioned about in his book Fault Lines, he talks about the ecosystems which actually contribute to the development of these export hubs, so-called export hubs. These ecosystems are vital, and India is fortunate to have such ecosystems. If you talk about, for example, the steel industry, you have the eastern part of this country, which is a hub for steel. You have the auto hub in Pune, you have the auto hub in Chennai, you have the silicon hub and even digital manufacturing, smart manufacturing hub in Bangalore, and so on. Companies like Apple are setting up shop here. They no longer look at India as an arbiter of cost advantage. It's much more than that. They're looking for value. And if you want to become an exporter of merit, the days of cost arbitrage are gone. You have to compete on value. And that's where India is emerging as a very, very favorable destination for that. We have people who can actually create value product. And you don't need to look at the input cost reduction. For decades, for example, I can tell you the example of steel industry. For several years, Indian steel industry competed on cost arbitrage. But today, if you see the Indian steel industry is now maturing to an extent that, we are gradually getting into segments like, there are Indian companies which are into, aerospace, you are into defense. The vacuum melting, ESR, refining, the high-end technologies are coming to India. They have in fact come. There are several Indian players who are doing it. In fact, I was fortunate to work with the company. I'm proud that I was part of Bharat Forge. This is one Indian company which has, competed on value. It's not on cost arbitrage. The value of the forging components and the way it has diversified into various segments. The largest, the range of gun, it holds the world record. It's more than 5 kilometers into the enemy territory they have fired than any company in the world. And recently they won a contract for a $155 million defense artillery contract. So the point I'm trying to make is when you compete on value and value arbitrage, you have the advantage of a sustainable presence. Because the labor cost arbitrage, other things, they will quickly shift. Some other countries starts with much lower cost of production and then shifts. But if you're giving a value proposition, you sustain and you compete in the world markets. And that's what is needed. And I see no reason, following the discussions that have happened today, why it should not happen in India in this particular segment of this thing. We have an ecosystem. We have an ecosystem that is emerging. All that we need to do is to create ecosystems. I'm not sure, but I believe that. Yeah, I believe that Coimbatore is a textile hub. Why not we, for example, think of making a Coimbatore as a hub for, this protective textiles? You have all other ecosystems. You have good engineering colleges. You have excellent manpower. You have excellent connectivity. So let's think of creating hubs of, like we did in auto sector, like we did in steel. We transfer these success stories into this new segment that we are targeting. And I would not say new segment, but it's an emerging segment, maybe an idea whose time has come, as they say.
Sir, request you to kindly wind up.
Yeah, I'll just wind up. Yeah, coming back again to the advantages, since we have such a large manufacturing base, for example, the steel industry. I was just discussing in the afternoon over lunch with some of the other, experts here. We have slag, for example, for decades it was not being used. The slag from, the LD converters and the EAFs, now they're used for cement and they're used for roads. Like, we have coke oven plants in the steel industry. The coke oven plants produce coal tar. Coal tar could be a source of carbon fiber, right? It can be converted to carbon fiber. Then we have huge carbon emissions in steel industry. The CO2 emissions can be captured through carbon capture. And this metal carbonate can be a source of carbon. So there are synergies that we can draw from other industries. Graphene is another example. Tata Steel is the biggest producer of graphene. We produce more than 100 tons of graphene per year. So graphene could be one of the sources for these textiles. So why not we think of a new materials division between Tata Steel and the technical textile sector, and so on. And I think the last point I want to make is that we need to follow material science approach. If you see in India, many of the new materials that we are developing, India is strong in materials. We have very strong material science departments in the IITs, in the Institute of Science, and so on. So we need to follow a material science approach, new material. We look at it as a new material. Look at specialty, I would talk it as specialty textiles. Call it a specialty like special steels. Look at it as a new material. And then follow all the dynamics that you have for development of a new material. So these are some of the transferable things that I can talk about from the steel industry. And of course, the most important thing is to respect knowledge. That's very important. Respect knowledge, focus on smart, green, recyclable, and challenge the young engineers. Young engineers today, they want something exciting. They get restless. They get restless very quickly. If you don't offer them a challenge, they just leave. So give them big challenges, big ideas to work on. And I'm sure they will deliver. You challenge them to deliver, mentor them, guide them, and they will deliver. And then, of course, the last point, I think it requires a partnership. As I said, the Institute of Metals, of which I have been a member, Institute of Metals and Materials, we would be glad to partner with, this National Textile Mission and so on, and work on basic materials, work on technologies. I'm sure that once we start discussing, we'll find how much we have in common and how much we can learn from each other. Some of the best practice can be transferred. And some of the mistakes we made earlier need not be repeated again. We learn from the mistakes and start fresh and create these hubs of knowledge. And I'm sure that we would be an export superpower. Thank you. I once again thank you all for giving me a chance to express my ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. So just to share you the idea which you were giving to make the hubs for these centers, as I know, Textile Ministry is working on the mega textile parks. So one of them, I suppose, will be on technical textiles. So that will again create the demand for that products and synergy among the various players. And as you said about graphene and carbon fibers, Indian industry is working seriously on that. And with the support of government for PLI2, etc., these things are in pipeline, and we will see the end results soon. So now I would request the next panelist, Mr. Manoj Jhanwar, who is a textile graduate, textile technologist from Bhilwara and M.Tech from UDCT. He is currently working in DuPont. As we know, DuPont is one of the pioneers in the field of chemicals and specialty chemicals. So I would request Mr. Manoj to kindly share his experience. How can India become the exporting hub of the technical textiles, especially protective from India? And what are your experiences in the field of technical textiles from DuPont? What the industry and the delegates can imbibe on?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Sardana. Respected dignitaries and my industry friends, it's an honor and privilege to share my views on this forum. Before I really begin, there are a lot of keywords in the topic that has been given to me. Market promotion, export, best practices, protective textile, and each one of them is a topic in itself. So condensing my views in few minutes is going to be a Herculean task, but let me start trying to do the best of my abilities. So before I come to protective textile, let me share a true incident. So this was about 13-14 years back when I have yet to come against a term called as protective textile. So that was when my son was learning to ride a bicycle. He generally perspires a lot, and typically he wears loose t-shirt and shorts when he's playing. But when I noticed that when he is going to do his bicycle riding practice, he was wearing a full sleeves t-shirt and a denim pants, which I found very unusual. So I noticed him for a couple of days, and then I finally asked him, why are you wearing this? And very innocently he said that if I fall, this is going to protect me. As a 5-year-old kid, he has figured out what are the risks that are involved in riding a bicycle. And also he has figured out what are the things, what are the tools that is going to help him. So I find it very unusual that as adults, we may not be able to figure out what are the risks involved in our workplaces and how are we going to mitigate that. Now I'm saying that because many times people do not use the right PPE either because of the ignorance, what are the risks involved, or they choose to ignore the risk, either of the two. Let me again give you more examples. So sorry, like I will give you a lot of examples because coming from a techno-commercial role, I will not focus that much on technology, but I will focus more on the human behavior aspect. So this was a time when like there was some renovation work that was going in my laboratory, and some drilling work need to be carried out, which was almost 7 feet in height. So there was a risk of debris falling in the eyes. So I brought out a safety goggle and gave it to the guy who was doing the drilling. He looked at it and said, sir, isko pehen ke main drill kaise karunga? I can't work by wearing this. So that brings a very important aspect of training. So we need to kind of equip our workforce with enough training so that they feel comfortable in carrying out their jobs. And I can quote an example of defense forces. So when they do their training, they kind of do the training drills by wearing the entire gear, so that on an actual day, they do not feel uncomfortable by wearing all those gear. Another example is firefighters. So when they do their training, if they are wearing the entire fire coat, which is, as earlier speaker have mentioned, is going to be around 5 to 30 kgs weight on their body. So if they do not feel burdened by their additional gear, they will kind of have a practice of adopting PP. Now, I'm saying all this because I see that there is a huge synergy between Ministry of Textile and Ministry of Labor. Because only when there is enough promotion of the right usage of technical textiles, the entire market is going to really enhance once they start to consume this product. Now, second word that was given to me was market promotion. So now there may be market which are already existing market, and you just want to have a pie from that market. In order to attend to that market, the things that you require are access to raw materials. You require technologies to convert your raw materials into a proper technical textile. You need the entire ecosystem to test out the product so that ensuring that it is meeting the requirement, which is going to be the need for the hour. And then like you can go about and you also need partners who can help you to connect with the actual user of that particular technical textiles and make the entire ecosystem. So that if that entire ecosystem works, you can start to tap into the existing market. But the most difficult part is when you have to create a new market. And that is something which is going to come up as a challenge in front of us, because as we learn in the morning session that India is going to be home for almost 1/5 of the workforce. And journey towards that is going to initiate if we start to take actions today. So if we have to, I mean, again, I will like to quote an example. So when I was a kid, I was given a digital watch. And I was happy with it, but I was looking forward on receiving an analog watch. And when I received it, I thought to myself, okay, like now I'm never going to use a digital watch ever again. But then there comes a disruption. Companies started to bombard messages around active lifestyle and how can you measure it, and which compelled me to buy another digital smartwatch. So what I'm trying to say is like developing a market or expanding a market, creating a need is going to require a lot of patience and a lot of focused messaging. So that needs to be adaptive. And now what I see as possibilities in India, I will again like to quote an example. So when COVID hit us, there were very few suppliers who can bring the right protective gear, but then the industry geared up in figuring out what are the raw materials that are required to act as a barrier against biohazard. Garment manufacturers figured out how to really sew the garment so that the seams do not become a limiting factor in the overall protection. The testing facilities and infrastructures was established at a lightning speed to test out the different products that the industry was generating. BIS worked tirelessly, and within 30 days, if I recall correctly, a testing standard was out. So in short, the entire ecosystem worked at an alarming pace so that all these things could be manufactured in India. Now, once this COVID thing is behind us, where do I see the industry going forward? I see it all depends on the choices that we make. Industry can decide to go back to the known field of conventional textile, or they can start to venture out in a new era of technical textile. It all depends on what are the choices that we are going to make.
Thank you so much for your valuable inputs and practical examples. And COVID really has given a lot of boost to the technical textiles. And in the beginning, last session, what we were hearing, that in Western world, more than 50% of the clothing used, especially in US, is technical textiles. So days are not far with the Internet of Things. People are also demanding now new technologies and the things. So now I would request Dr. Nandan Kumar to share his views. He is a BTech from Jalandhar Technical College, and he is a PhD from Leeds. And currently he is employed in high performance textiles, and they are using polyamerides, mod acrylic, and FR nylon, FR viscose. So he will be making a short presentation on the capabilities.
You got my presentation, right?
Yeah.
You got my presentation, right?
Yeah. No, it's, I think.
Can you just pull it up?
Just minimize this one, I think. This one is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Is there Nandan Kumar? Can you just open that? Nandan Kumar. नहीं इसको सुम कर किसी और के सर ये मिला था नंदन कुमार आई गिव इट टू परमार सर Anyway, what I will do, I think there was some confusion. So what I will do, I will try to demonstrate a few samples just to convey my message. So brief introduction about our company. High Performance Textiles Private Limited, we are a basically spinning company, but we are not a traditional spinning company where you have a variety of, long ring frames or, you talk about 100 tons, 200 tons. So we are very much focused on hand protection. So we do yarns which are used for cut resistant gloves, heat resistant gloves. So we are exporting around 15 to 20 tons of yarn every month, which is mainly going into hand protection. Okay. So just to give you idea, this is one glove manufactured in China where they have bought yarn from us. Now you will understand selling something to China is not easy. So it was a long journey. So we started with a small setup in 2013 in Panipat, where we used some of the Indian machines, and we started playing around with high performance fibers. And then we set up a small carding setup thanks to LMW. They gave us a small line, a pallet line, and that's how everything started. So now we are processing variety of aramid based yarns, but not only the 100% aramid, which is very common. Just to give you an example, these are 100% aramid gloves, which are right now being used in various automotive companies in India. Now, this is what the global requirement, which is aramid blended yarns. So this is where we are, and this is what is the export potential. So again, we have good companies in India. Example, there is a Maruti. They came up to us asking for same yellow gloves, but with cut level F. Okay. So we developed a yarn which is having steel wire in core, and during COVID times, it was a good chance for us because they were struggling with the supply chain, and we supplied around 40 to 50,000 pairs of gloves to them, which is cut level F, same as equivalent to European standard, but fully manufactured from fiber to gloves, fully manufactured in India. Okay, so that talks about briefly about high performance textiles. So we don't go for volume. If someone is saying, I want 10 tons, 20 tons of yarn, I say, no, I'm not interested. We are interested in 2 tons, 3 tons, 5 tons, 500 kg. Sometimes our MOQ is even 10 kg, but we can scale it up very quickly. So we design yarn, and then we can scale it up pretty fast, up to 2 tons, 3 tons. And then I can tell you, 2 to 3 tons of these yarns are not easy, because you are talking about average $25 to $30 a kg is a yarn. So what I wanted to share in the slide, which somehow it got mixed up, the thing I wanted to share, how we can do it. Okay, how a small company in India can get into technical textile. Okay, the most important thing is we need to focus on our own testing. Okay, we are a very small company, but we are having our own cut tester, our own abrasion tester, our own tier tensile as per EN 388. We have designed our own contact heat transmission, radiant heat, convective heat. We have bought our own muffle furnace to do testing on molten metal. Now, I'm not going there to issue certificate. I mean, that's, NITRA is doing that, fantastic, that's great help of Parmar sir. But what I'm trying to say that you need to invest in your own testing facility, whether it's a small one or a big one, doesn't matter. You don't have to buy a sophisticated machines from overseas. You can design your own. Everyone, we have learned about calorimeter. You know how to measure temperature, you know how to measure heat flux. It's not rocket science, as previous speaker also said, but we need to invest in our own small R&D. Once you are sure that, okay, your product is passing the test, you can go ahead with any lab, whether it's overseas, India, get it tested, because testing charges are very costly. Just to give you an idea, we have one product which is arc flash tested, HRC level 4, and we paid $5,000 for a US lab to get the certification done. Now, before sending that sample, we did our own testing. All basic testing was done, and we were 70–80% sure that it's going to pass. And then we sent the sample, we got it tested. So all I'm trying to say that, it's very important to have your own testing, even if we don't have fiber. Tomorrow we will have fiber. Grasim has already made FR viscose. We have got first 50 kg. We are playing with that first 50 kg. Reliance is already making ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene. We have done some sampling with them. So all I'm saying, it's a matter of time. In 2–3 years, we will have our own inherent FR fibers. But at that time also, we need to have our own small understanding about the testing and validation. Very basic example is FR polyester. We are using FR polyester from 2 suppliers, one from India, one from South Korea. And finally, I found a professor in IIT Delhi who is going to quantify amount of phosphorus present in the FR polyester. Now, which is very important.
I think your presentation is displayed now. The slide you wanted, you can see that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks so much. So I'll just go through a few things. These are the range of our yarns. Aracore, which is basically blended with Aramid. Flex is blended with HPP. Sail Splash is our range of arc flash. These are the examples which we all know. These are the range of fibers. And we do a lot of new developments, like we are working with high shrink fiber, FR nylon. Already we have bought one bill of FR nylon, which we are playing with. And these are the end applications, huge end application. Start from EMF shielding to firefighter suits. We have a fabric which we have got it tested from US lab, which gives around 60% EMF shielding on 4G and 5G, up to 44 gigahertz. We have got a fabric, and even the US lab was surprised that this textile fabric is giving a result which can be washed and reused. Most of the time they are using coated material, but this is inherent fabric, no coating, just a higher percentage of stainless steel fiber. These are the hazards which Parmar sir has already covered, I'm not going to repeat them. Yeah, examples I have given. One more example which is very interesting. If you can't do yarn blending, many companies, they say, oh, we are a weaver, we cannot do yarn blending. Well, how can we do blending? Because that's the job of spinning company. Now here is one example a weaving company can easily do. One side is your ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, other side is cotton. This is typical example of a denim. So a normal denim gets torn very quickly, but you have a HPP reinforced denim, which is fantastic for high-speed bikers. Now this can be easily done by a weaver. You don't need a spinner for this. We have another fabric where you have a aramid and monoacrylic yarn with glass in core woven. So you are not dependent on weaver. So a weaver can also do innovation without help of spinner. Spinner can definitely do with a lot of blending. And that's very important to I wanted to convey this message. It doesn't matter what you are manufacturing. Even if you are a rope manufacturer or embroidery guy, you can do a lot of innovation on using your own machine. But you just have to make sure about the testing and which standard you are going to use. So as I said, blending is the key to success. If you want to get into export market, we have to get into blending. No offense, we should use 9352. It's a fantastic product, but we have to get into more and more blending, and we have to have our own testing validation so that we know that the raw materials which we are using is good, the products which we are exporting is good. Again, same thing I'm repeating, although we are a small company, but still I have made sure we have all these testing machines with us. We have assembled few of the machines, and we have purchased few of the machines, So these are all we have.
So Dr. Nandan, kindly wind up in next 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I'll just come to supply and challenges.
Yeah.
So once again, I'd like to emphasize the most important point. As Bhaskar sir has said, we should aim to become solution provider rather than a low-cost supplier. Okay, your discussion with clients should be, this is what we want to achieve, rather than can you supply this at a lower price? It's very important, whether NITRA or any government organization, it's very important for us to have an independent study about all these fibers, whatever is being imported into India. Example, we are using 6 types of para-armate now, probably 3 types of meta-armate, 2 types of FR polyester, but we need to have an independent study on all these fibers so that anyone can buy that report and understand what's the difference in this para-armate, that para-armate, what are the merits, demerits, and again, these are not difficult, We should have a library of advanced fibers, which should help students to take 100 gram, 200 gram, 1 kg, 2 kg, and to read about that, because that's what is important for them. That will motivate them to read about these products. And for that, we are organizing one workshop with help of IIT Delhi on 2nd, 3rd December. And sampling should be done, keeping standards in mind. And once again, training, testing, and testing should be done more and more often to create awareness, because a lot of substandard products are being imported into India. When I visit to Rudrapur, I see a lot of automotive companies, they are using grade B, grade C gloves, and it's marked cut resistant, but they don't know it's a rejected lot. So we need to create awareness where the purchase guys or the companies or the laborers who are using it, they should know what is the virgin and what is the substandard. So thank you so much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Nandan. Very passionate presentation. And it's a true example of a technical person getting into the commercial aspects, techno-commercial. Few of your points I would like to clarify. The study which you are talking about, the requirement of the technical fibers, as I know, SRTPC is in the process of doing that. They have been given the charge of taking the technical textiles to the next level. And during my discussion with the chairman and vice chairman, they are planning a study. So your inputs will be really valuable. And with respect to the R&D and technical facilities, NTTM can help you, I can tell you. And it was nice to see in your presentation that Indian companies like Grasim and Reliance are now providing the fibers. Yeah. And I can assure you that big corporates are working on the technical textiles, and you will get more and more fibers from India with the support of government for PLI. You will be getting all this support, and we need entrepreneurs like you to take this forward, and really a nice presentation. So now I would like to invite Mr. Ravi Kumar. He's again a techno-commercial person. He's from IIT Delhi and MBA from Wallinger Institute. And he's representing Tejin, who have been pioneering the technical textile products, various fibers. So he will share his inputs with us, and he will let us know how can the Indian market be grown for the technical textiles, and exports from India can be grown. Mr. Ravi.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. When actually asked for the presentation or some thought, so when it was asked to me, I was thinking what will be the key point which can be addressed, because there are so many points and cannot be addressed on a one platform in a small time period. So basically, I just choose how we become the global leader for the export market. So there is some thought. So let me explain about it. So the first slide is global trends in protective textiles. So worldwide rising awareness for the occupational safety is going on to protect employees, to avoid costly accident in the workplace, prevent raising insurance costs, decrease downtime, bad image, and also to increase the product quality. There is an increasing safety regulation forcing employers to provide appropriate protection equipments. I'm not talking only for India, this is for the global market. Globally, employers have some regulation which they need to follow it. So therefore, the protective textiles market is growing. There is some optimized PPE requirement for the job requirement. There is an increasing comfort along with freedom of movement. And also the flexibility in the colors and the products and the blends. This is also running in the global market. So just for the market overview, I just want to inform you in India from the last 6 years, we have seen much developments in Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, IOCL, ONGC, Reliance, oil refinery companies, even so many companies are already adopted the protective textiles apparels. So they are, opening the tenders, they are releasing, they are purchasing the material in protective textiles with have a standards, which is, and that standards are the same like global standard. It's not like an inferior standard. It's a very, very good standards. It's a global type of standards, and Indian manufacturers are meeting all standards. But still there are some little gap where we need to fill up. So that will be, time to time it will be happen. So for the market overview, for the fire service and military, if we have a point out, firefighters turnover suit, military, NBC, flight crew, all already accepted the protective apparels, but there are some segments which are not still accepting the protective apparels. That is a main Indian Army, station wear, combat suits, and rescue uniform. In the future, there is a market potential for that, but everybody is working on it. Maybe in future it will be implemented. In a police, anti-riot suits or rescue suit for the disaster, this is still very high potential market, but as far as the protections are concerned, still protective textiles are not using it. For industrial workwear, oil and gas industries, they are already using the workwear, but for the chemical industries, electrical powers, they are still not using it, so there is a high potential for that. So now, coming to the main point, the test standards. There are the many test standards, but especially for the protective textiles, for the heat and flame, I'm just focusing on these standards: the convective heat, thermal protection performance, flame spreading, radiant, garment mannequin, arc flash, and anti-static test. There are other tests, but I did not mention here. I just mentioned a few tests here. Just want to inform you, these three tests, okay, just this. These three tests are not available in India, and now time is less. So now this is my second last slides. In a flash fire mannequin test, whenever we do any development, we have to send the garment to the outside of India, and there is an approximate testing cost is 3 lakhs per sample with a lead time of 2 to 3 months. In an anti-static test for the charge decay, there is a lead time of 2 months. For the arc flash, there is a lead time for the 2 and 3 months. Unless in India, if we don't have the test labs, as far as R&D is concerned, there will be very low developments. So we need to focus on the testing labs and the R&D. So now, as you know, I am from Tezin, and we are manufacturing the para-aramid and meta-aramid fibers. And these fibers are using in various applications. These are the applications. And you can connect me. And thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you so much. So as we are hearing from the industry that there is a requirement for the testing instruments which can be developed because the lead time is 2 to 3 months and the costs are very high, I would request Shubhra Madam and Rajiv Sir to kindly look into this if we can support some way the industry by putting up some testing instruments at NITRA or somewhere where the charges are also very reasonable and the lead time is also less, which will help to grow the Indian textile industry. So I think we can, yeah, please. Okay, okay. So yeah, you can brief the panelists after the session that they can get it done through NITRA now. And the other two also, which he was telling is required. So if you can put it that through NTTM, it will be really useful. So it will be, I would say, the productive effort of this conclave so that industry also gets benefit and funds are lying with the NTTM. So last but not the least, Mr. Siddharth Chakrabarti. He is a textile engineer from Calcutta and management alumni of Institut France. He is currently the managing director of Protech, Germany, and he has worked in Thai acrylic for many decades at Thailand, part of Aditya Birla Group. So I would request him to kindly share his views. How can the exports or the market of technical textiles be grown in India as well as from overseas? Mr. Siddharth.
Thank you, Mr. Sardana. And thanks, Dr. Basu, because I'm in India for just a week and Dr. Basu contacted me to participate in this panel discussion. And it's a pleasure as well as privilege for me. So there are three topics which we have to address. One is market promotion, one is export opportunities, and one is global best practices. And the target segment is protective textile in India. See, what I'm going to share with my experience of working abroad, Southeast Asia, Germany, and US, because the Protech is an FR and antimicrobial fiber. We have our office in Germany and one factory in Spain, near Valencia, and one in US, and definitely our third largest acrylic fiber plant of Aditya Birla Group is in Thailand. So for market promotion, I have a concept of 6F. So I start with the first F. F1 is fact. First is its requirement is the prerequisite to is adhering to the protocol as per the end-use applications. And it has got some country-specific norms, both we have to adhere to it. Just giving an example. Suppose if you want to use a textile material for public transport in Europe, other than FR properties, no toxic fume should come out. There should be analysis of combustion gases, measure of specific optical density of the smoke emitted from the materials. So the concept is not only the FR, it has some other things which are country specific. Like I can give you another example. If you are making a fabric for US Army, you have to pass the pyroman test. So these are the fact F1 for me. Second one is the F2, which is a feel-good factor. See, we wear PPE because it's a requirement, but it has to be comfortable. And for comfort, we need to have the high moisture regain, good wickability, breathable construction. And there is a need for customization because it's a need of the day. Each consumer is different. Their working atmosphere is different. Their requirements are different. Most of the PPEs are not that comfortable. How to offer a better solution? That should be the challenge. My third P, F3, is the forces. See, there are certain things for textile which you cannot avoid. One is OCUTEX certification. Second is if you go to Europe, it's a REACH compliant. And I can give you an example. Our fiber, when it was used for the industrial kitchen in USA, it has to go through the FDA approval. So these forces we cannot avoid, and which we have discussed in the past also for textile, whether it is a PPE or normal textile, sustainability and circularity addresses the 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. We have to adhere to it. In the days to come, no one will accept it. My F4 is next is fabric, fashion, and fit. See, first of all, don't think PPE is something, which will not touch all these three things. We have to develop a construction, which has got a breathability so that there's a comfort. We have to develop a color for armies, like for camouflage. Different army has got different camouflage design. Then, if it is a body contact innerwear, it can be knitting because that gives you more comfort. If it is a rough and tough outer layer, it can be woven. And if it is a high thermal insulation, we have to have a sandwich construction between knitted woven and in between non-woven. And other aesthetic things, fashion and fit, we cannot ignore. Because the young generation, their expectations are different. My fifth F is F5, functional fiber. Whatever we do in the fabric coating or yarn treatment, it cannot last long after repeated washing or repeated uses. Now, we need inherent built-in characteristics of fiber that will remain entire life cycle of the PPE. I can give you an example. Suppose an Air Force pilot suit, we feel we need a FR only. No. The pilot, when he will eject out at the flight out, -25. So it is not only FR, it has to be FR as well as thermal insulation, right? Suppose railways, now they're looking for blankets, what for? Thermal insulation. But no. Suppose there is a railway fire, you can put that blanket around and that will be your FR blanket for escape. And railways cannot afford to do the blanket washing every day, so it has to be antibacterial. So we are talking about multiple product performance, what is need for the day. Next come, now what is the solution? So much of protocol, so much of requirements, so much of consumers' expectations. The solution is F6 fusion. Now we need to introduce the concept of engineered fiber, a fiber which can provide fusion of functional characteristics together, multiple product performance, and protocol adherence in different countries for various end-use applications. So that's the concept of engineered fiber, provide a solution to customers and giving them a sort of a new experience. I can give you the experience of an engineered fiber, which I manage in Germany, is the Protech. Protech is a design fiber, engineered fiber, LOI 43, resistance to acid-alkali solvent oxidizing agent, heat resistance up to 250, spark-proof, doesn't melt, drip, shrink, crack open. It doesn't emit any heavy smoke or toxic fumes. It is UV resistance, anti-pilling, shrinkage-free, high thermal resistance, Ocutex class 1 and REACH compliant, as well as moisture regain 12%. Very comfortable like viscose. Dyed in bright color. And last but not the least, which we convert this engineered fiber to another, it is antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral, other than FR and heat resistance. And the last one, which is not the least, it can deactivate SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus more than 99% within 14 seconds. And that came to the market within this COVID period. We could launch this product. It is available. And it is not that we put any chemical or coating. It is the inbuilt. It is built in the polymer characteristics. So this is the solution for the industry. Then I touch 1 minute because that's the global best practices, Whatever my experience, what are the key trends? Focus on R&D for new innovations, new production processes, closer cooperation between production and supplier, closer cooperation between producer and end consumer. And what are the success factors? Technology leadership, energy and raw material efficiency, sustainable strategies, which is a non-negotiable item now, brand building, which I talked, and internationalization. I just giving an example of internationalization. German government makes German pavilion in all technical textile exhibition, Frankfurt, Atlanta, Mumbai, and we provide booth in subsidized rate to all German companies. Why not we showcase one made in India pavilion where everyone of you join together and showcase our capability and our performance together to the whole world. See, I touch 1 more minute.
Yeah, sure.
what global companies are doing differently in this segment, which I have experienced working in Germany and US. First of all is a permanent innovation circle, series of new products in the pipeline. Then development of mass production process in the technical textile, so you can manage the cost. Then sourcing the right raw material depending on function and performance requirement. Everyone has touched that we don't have many fibers in India for this particular segment. Better process technology and infrastructure, and proper designing of performance specification. And the last point is, which is for export opportunities. What are the prerequisites for capability building to avail the maximum export for Indian professionals? First of all, small lot size spinning capability, which I have observed myself. Extensive blending of capabilities up to 5 components, dyed fiber and yarn spinning capability, yarn spinning of wide count range, R&D and pilot spinning facility for sample development, hardware and infrastructure for creating quick prototype, very important for world market. People cannot wait because you are providing a solution to the customer. Collaboration with the value chain partners for new product and application development. Don't remain in the watertight compartment. Let's join hands together, all the members in the value chain. Knowledge and technical specification, product characteristics, which we have discussed. Information on the protocol for testing of functional properties to create product approval for specific end-use application within shortest possible time. Thank you. Thanks for your patience here.
Thank you, Mr. Siddharth. I wish I could have asked you more questions and we have more time for discussion because really you have a lot of knowledge about this. One question I would like to ask, what is the price of the product you are talking about with so many parameters and properties?
€11 per kg.
€11 per kg, okay. So I would request Shubhra ma'am to kindly conclude the session with the views she has on the panel discussion which we had.
I was just going to run away,
That's
but you caught me off guard. So I think everything still turned out because it is technical textile and the discussions became very technical. So because there can be, I think everything, any commercial or any trade angle will also have a technicality to it. So I would say that I have, going from here, having learned a lot on technical textiles. Not that we used to give it less importance, but in my scheme of things now, I think they will be on much higher priority. And I would say that let's learn together, let industry teach us what is to be done, and you will find us a very willing partner to travel the extra distance with you. And thank you once again. At least for me, these were very, very, learning sessions.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the valuable words. And with this, I conclude the session. You can take it forward.
Thank you so much to the moderator and the panelists. That was indeed a wonderful, informative session. A big round of applause, everyone from all sides. And it's a time to convey our gratitude, our hearty thanks to all the panelists and, of course, the session moderator in the form of token of love from our side. So I would now like to request Mr. Ajay Sardana to kindly present the memento to Ms. Shubhra, Trade Advisor, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Loud applause, everybody.
I have been to your headquarters.
I request sir to kindly present a memento to Dr. T. Bhaskar, Messrs. Tata Steel, Long Products Limited. Loud applause, please. I request sir once again to kindly present the memento to Mr. Manoj Jhawar, Messrs. DuPont Personal Protection. Loud applause, please. I request sir to kindly present a memento to Dr. Nandan Kumar, Messrs. High Performance Textiles Private Limited. Loud applause, everyone. I request Sir once again to kindly present the memento to Mr. Ravi Kumar, Messrs. Tejun India Private Limited. And I request Sir once again to kindly present the memento to Mr. Siddharth Chakrabarti, MD Protech Industries, GmbH, Hamburg, Germany. Loud applause, please. I request Dr. Nidhi Shishodia to kindly present the memento to our session moderator, Mr. Ajay Sardana. Loud applause, everybody.
Very well done, Ajay, especially because you, I think, stepped into Badesh's shoes at the last moment.
Yeah, last moment they requested me, yes.
It was really a wonderful session, I must say, and all the members present out here. I would just request you all to kindly get your hands together once again. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you once again. And now I would like to invite on stage Dr. M.S. Parmar, Director NITRA, for vote of thanks. Loud applause, please.
Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Rachna Shah, of course she is not here, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, Sri Rajiv Saxena ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, Madam Roop Rashi, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, Chairman of NITRA and ITA, Shri Rajkumar Jain ji and Shri Amit Agarwal ji, Director General Dr. Arindam Basu ji, Executive Director ITA Dr. Anup Rakshit, all officials from Ministry of Textile. I should mention Mr. Meena name also. He is always with me when we frame all the things. Thank you very much, Meena sir. Industry and academia, learned session moderators, panelists, our sponsor, exhibitor, knowledge partner, and media partner, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the formal vote of thanks on this spectacular event, the National Conclave on Technical Textile, Protech. I am thoroughly involved in different activities of textile research for a long time, first as a researcher and then director of NITRA. As a result of such deep involvement, I have realized that today the technical textile is the order of the day in the field of textile. I would also like to mention that it's a great pleasure of NITRA to partner ITA in organizing this conclave, as both of us are playing a lead role in developing of Indian technical textile industry so that it can grow and meet the cost and quality standard of a global market. Ladies and gentlemen, now first of all I would like to thank our chief guest, Madam Rachna Shah ji, who was present here today with us. I thank her for ready acceptance to grace this occasion, despite her extremely pressing schedule. Madam, on this significant day, your august presence as well as your ministry's continuous encouragement is a moral booster to us. On behalf of both NITRA and ITA, I once again express our sincere thanks to you for this gesture. In this opportunity time, I would also put on record my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Sri Rajiv Saxena ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Government of India, Madam Roop Rashi ji, Textile Commissioner, Ministry of Textile, Government of India. They are the main policy maker in MOT. We are grateful to them for taking out their invaluable time and being with us today. Also, I would like to thank Gowda sir. He is here. He has given a keynote address also our first session. Thank you very much, sir. He is our mission director. Sri Rajkumar Jain ji, Chairman NITRA, and Sri Amit Agarwal ji, Chairman of ITA, are man of the vision. Their prudent vision guided us in every step to organize such a big meet. We do acknowledge their contribution of being with us throughout. The dynamic leadership of our Director General, Dr. Arindam Basuji, and Dr. Anup Rakshit, Executive Director, ITA, actually motivated the whole team of NITRA and ITA to organize this show in such a large scale. The learned moderator and panelists of various sessions have worked hard to make these topics, different types of select different topics, searching literature, mining data, and conducting tireless research work to provide their points. That is also great because each speaker has given a different view on technical textile, especially protective textile. They are the main attraction of technical conclave, and naturally they are the recipient of a big recognition. The staff of members of both NITRA and ITA should be credited for continuous hard work for successful organizing this conclave. This includes all the efforts carried out by Ministry of Textile. That is great. We got many suggestions from their side, and accordingly we have modified our program time to time. My special thanks to workforce of NITRA and ITA for working tirelessly. I also put on record my sincere thanks to the delegates and representatives of technical textile and allied industries. Associations of professionals like yours is the trust asset for us because we always work for and with the industry. At the end, I must not miss out thanking our sponsor, exhibitor, knowledge partner, and media partners because without their active support, we perhaps could not organize such a wonderful show, which I think we are thinking that it is a wonderful event, but that is your. I thank you, all these companies for being with us and helping us to make the Conclave of Technical Textile a success. I do also profusely thankful all other who have kindly contributed to our efforts by any other way. I thank you all once again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear sirs, and thank you so much to everyone present out here. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries, and thank you so much to all the members for joining us and making this event a very big success. Thank you so much once again, everyone. This beautiful event is now followed by high tea. I request you all to kindly join for high tea. So I request our dignitaries and the other members present out here kindly join for high tea. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. Thank you.